que si ici ça va fonctionner.
1, 2, 1, 2. Ici, j'ai une bonne connexion.
Encore.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Techniquement.
Oui, Marie?
Allô Stéphane?
Oui.
On doit payer la moitié des boissons comme un compte à monsieur et on ne savait pas qui payait avec Denis.
Ah oui, ben on avait convenu que c'était Denis quand... Mais je peux venir s'il faut.
Ouais, après, je sais pas si c'est la... Toi, parce que Denis m'a dit demande à Stéphane, mais je viens de me dire l'autre moitié qu'on va devoir payer, ce sera la semaine prochaine. Donc, à mon avis, tu ne seras pas là. Donc je vais
Oui,
aller peut-être
il vaut mieux que ce soit
passer
celui qui va... Voilà, c'est ça. Et comme ça, vous fait rembourser directement par OCA. Et
Ok.
c'est le plus simple, si ça ne vous dérange pas.
Ok, ça va, ouais, ça va, je vois avec Denis.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Merci, tantôt.
Tantôt. C'est bon? Vous avez...
Bon, pourquoi il ne veut pas me donner? Ah, désolé, j'ai la conversation téléphonique.
Ben, t'as le son.
YouTube. En direct.
Bon, ça marche bien.
Ça marche bien. Ah, mais c'est en fait c'est ça que je me suis dit, mais là, j'ai pas décroché quoi. Mais ici donc le
On a la
débit
même
est bon.
sonnerie de téléphone.
Le débit il est parfait ici. Et le son il est nickel. On peut inverser les câbles hein, ou...
Donc, Pierre, tu peux projeter les logos alors. Donc là, c'est style sur celui-là. C'est le bouton style. Tu appuies sur style et puis auto.
Hello? Okay, that works. Sounds great. Okay. Good. Mic.
Get the mic as well for Good morning, OCA Days 20.
Someone?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Good morning, OCA Days 2023 attendees. We are kicking off the technical session with Daniel Weiss. He started Odoo when it was hosted on Launchpad. He is one of the OCA board members for years.
Yes.
I think so. And he's also the author of several books with Odoo Development Essential series, and he's really involved in the open source spirit. Let's see how to contribute OCA code to the OCA. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, this will be a short time for what I have prepared. So let's try. So I broke this in two areas. So first, we'll go through a bit of context on why to contribute and what are the benefits, what are the tools the OCA has available for us. And then I'll go into the technical details of how a contribution workflow looks like, okay? I hope I can do this in enough time so we can have some Q&A at the end. Okay, so how to contribute. So these are the two sections. Why contribute first? A small presentation on the OCA services. How can we support the OCA in its mission? And who can contribute? So this is actually an important topic. And then we'll go after the actual details on how to contribute, details on creating forks, creating pull requests, and how to react to requests to do fixes on the pull requests we did. So first, why contribute? So the OCA services include providing a collaboration platform. So the OCA hosts or manages tooling such the GitHub repository. There are bots that help us do the work. There are the automatic code checking. There's the CI setup so that code is automatically tested. So there's a bunch of tools that help us ensure the quality of the code and gives us the tools to effectively collaborate together. The other thing it's important are the guidelines and standards, because there's so many different people coming from different backgrounds with different experiences. It's important that we kind of speak the same language, or at least have a common set of standards, so we don't. So ideally, we should not fight about the details of the code formatting. We should fight about functional decisions or whatever. Fight in the good terms, okay, not on a bad way. So the discussion should be more about what's the best solution rather than how should I add line breaks to my code or something like that. And finally, and this is also important, it's a legal umbrella to protect the code contributed to the community, make sure it's available to the remainder of the community, even if the original author is not present anymore or the original author changes their mind. So there's under the CLAs provide some rights to the community to still make the code work, even if some conditions are not optimal. I'll talk a bit about that too later on. Of course, it's very important because it's also a network of peers. So what's the goal for the OCA? It's, first of all, it's to co-create and co-maintain And that has benefits on creativity, meaning you access to different point of views, and you can, if you use this network of peers, you can have achieve better designs, because you bring in ideas from people coming from different backgrounds on you, and they will bring up things you haven't thought of before. And there's also the benefit of the shared cost of doing this, especially for the maintenance. So if I contribute a module and I just leave it there, and a couple of years later when I'm concerned about doing a Odoo migration, it might be a good surprise seeing that someone already migrated because they found it useful, they used it, they migrated to a more recent version, and I have it. Or someone found bugs, or someone improved the UI, or someone improved the documentation. So the shared maintenance is that I don't need to have 100% maintenance of all the code I create, because other people might be using and also contributing with the maintenance. So it's also economically effective. So I used to say that you can perfectly contribute to OCA while just being totally selfish. Because there's rewards on having the code there. Of course, another important thing is connect to business partners, especially if you need to do work you wouldn't be able to do on yourself. You could contact under the community other self-minded people that have better expertise than you on some areas, or have better knowledge of the local requirements for some country that your customer wants to go in. So it's also a way to do business together. And the thing that we then have a common tooling, common guidelines, even helps working together on these projects. And finally, this is last but not the least, it's an excellent way to learn, to help others, and to have fun, like on these events, but not only with these events. And the learning comes a lot from code reviews, from inspecting the code there. And I even learned things from time to time. I see things I've never seen before, techniques that I haven't thought of and are very effective. So it's a good for knowledge sharing and helping other people and establishing relations with other people. And the OCA services, finally, it's upholding open source values. So that's there. So that's always on our minds. There's always the threat that a successful commercial product goes full into known open source way, and so we're kind of here doing the balance of that and bringing the space where open source can thrive, and making sure that we are the space for this, and it's a good part of what the OCA is to uphold the open source values. So OCA is a non-profit organization. All the funds go to maintain the platforms and tools and activities and funding some projects that are relevant. The board members have no compensation at all, not even travel expenses. So all the funds the OCA gets go into the goals of the OCA. Okay. And how to support the OCA? Contributing, of course, that's why we're here, but also become a member and become sponsors. These provide some revenue streams that are important to keep the OCA machinery working, and also to allow us to push on certain projects like Open Upgrade and hire subcontract some projects that help this project to jump ahead, because we know that projects go other written people can do. They have their their customers, their users to take care of, so they're not full-time into this. And sometimes to give a push, we need to bring in someone full-time doing things, and the OCA can fund those projects, like Jumpstart. Open Upgrade is a great example, but there are other ideas in the board of things that we can do something similar. And of course, another way service is we provide modules for free for a lot of people. So welcome free riders. You can come along, but make use of it. We're hoping that at some point people feel like the urge to give back something. But what's the benefit from the modules? They're free in the two senses of freedom. So in the sense of free as in free beer, which is they're no cost to get, just download them and use them. And they're free on the true term of freedom, freedom to use, to inspect, to modify, and to redistribute, which are the true open source freedoms. Now, for free riders, it's important to note that there are copyrights, there are licenses, you should honor the licenses. So now this is important for contributors also, depending on your experience or what you understand about copyright. Mind that you should not change or remove authorship or copyright. So if you are modifying a module or you are contributing a module that came from elsewhere, you should not change the original authors and replace with your name. That's something you should not do. You should not change the original licenses if you have code that's not yours and you're trying to contribute it. Be careful of this. Or if you modify OCA code, you should not change the licenses. That's not allowed per the license. Well, in some cases might, but in general, it's not a good idea. Do honor the license terms, and it's important to understand the difference, especially between LGPL and AGPL. So is everyone in the room familiar with the differences? Anyone is comfortable with the differences? A show of hands, who's comfortable? Okay, most aren't, okay? This is important. I won't have time to go into detail. This is important, but the short version of it, it's LGPL only applies to the module or the code at hand, that particular module. It does not contaminate surrounding module. AGPL contaminates code that requires the AGPL code to work. I cannot have code on top depending on my AGPL code that is not AGPL also. So the thing is, AGPL is built to prevent building a proprietary product around AGPL code. And LGPL tolerates that. So LGPL is more commercial friendly, AGPL is less commercial friendly. So kind of high level, the differences. Was this useful? Okay. This is very like a caricature of the differences. Okay, now who can contribute? There's an important thing for you. You don't need to be a member, you don't need to be a sponsor. The only thing we require is for you to have a valid CLA. And this can be, which is a contribution license agreement. This is an agreement where you give the association as an entity rights over that code. So we could the OCA could license that code. You can rest assured the OCA won't use that unless there's really the need to do that. Some people do dislike CLAs because they kind of lose power. It's kind of, they're afraid if they do that, it could be relicensed in a way they don't want. So that's not the goal. The goal is so the CLA has two things. One is it protects the people using the code from copyright infringements from the person contributing the code. Because when you sign the CLA, you say, this is my own work, or I am sure that the code I'm contributing meets all the requirements to be published in the OCA. Because if this does not happen, and this has occurred in the past, some people submitted code that was not theirs. And we got the author complaining to us that that code was changed on the copyrights and was changed the license, and they don't want it to be there. And we took down the code, okay? What the CLA says is that it's a responsibility for the contributor to assure that and protects us legally from that, okay? So if this went the wrong way, the person that was like legally liable is the original contributor who pushed this code It's not our organization that's hosting the code. So that's important, right? So keep responsibilities where they are. And the second thing is some people are in the OCA and then they leave, they go to other projects, they don't contribute anymore, and at some point it's needed. We could have a license change from Odoo, we hope not, but it happened once, can happen again, and Odoo change from GPL to LGPL, and they were thinking on changing to other licenses. I think, I don't remember, MIT, I don't remember which one was, but they were considering doing changes to the code. So it could be necessary to make change to the license to keep it compatible with Odoo Core. So we kind of have this as, if that event happens, we have the tools, the legal tools available to react to that. So that's kind of the goal. One more word about CLAs, which they can be individual, if you're contributing as an individual person, or they can be company CLAs. So if you're doing the code under your company because you're an employee, probably the company owns the copyright for that, and you would need to have a company CLA to contribute that code. Like, if you're doing that and your employer does not agree, that's a problem, okay? Any question on CLAs? Okay. Good, so let's go to the important part. So how to contribute. Let's go to this one. So here's just a small diagram of the three main things that we will care about. So this, on the top, we have GitHub repositories. And we have the origin, which is the repository we are contributing to. On the right, we have the fork, because that origin is read-only. You cannot push code there, right? It's read-only, it's access controlled. So how do you push code to GitHub? You need to make a fork, and you push your code to your fork. And then you let the maintainers at the origin repository know that you would like that code to go into the origin. And that's a pull request, okay? In the meanwhile, you do your work on your local copy. So you clone your local copy from the origin, you push it to the fork, and then you make a pull request. Okay, that's the general diagram. So let's go into more details. So before all of this, there's step 0. In step 0, it's not trivial. It's deciding what repository you're going to contribute to. So you created a module, and you want to propose that module to an OCA repo. So you need to pick one of the between 200 and 300 repositories we have. So I think the important thing to know here is that repositories are organized by main application. So you will have the account repositories, you have the sale, you have the purchase ones, you'll have the stock ones. So in this example, I searched for sale, and I saw a few specialized repositories. Sale promotion, it's everything related to discounts and pricing. The sale workflow, it's the actual click flow, what happens, converting from stages, from quotation to sale order to invoicing. And you can inspect each of them, you can kind of looking what's there, you can kind of see the topic. So you should browse a bit and decide which one it makes more sense for you. This is if you're contributing a new module. Of course, if you are contributing fixes or code migration, version migrations, then it's easier. You already know the target repository you're working with, okay? But this in case it's a new module. By the way, I suggest your first contribution to not be a new module. I think low-hanging fruit is, number 1, porting module from versions, like pick some you use and port them to 16 or 17. That's, and you have a recipe for that in the wiki, on the GitHub wiki. You just follow the recipe, it's an easy way to do something that's useful, relevant, and you have kind of very good guidelines on how to do, okay? The second thing could be is to rescue PRs that are blocked for some reason. So there's a lot of PRs that are blocked because of a red build or they could not merge, the bot could not merge them because the checks failed. And it could be some simple syntax thing, some code formatting thing. So it's quite easy to go there, fix it, and create a new PR based on that branch. It requires a bit more of Git work, but it's technically it's very easy. So you just can focus on following the process and learning the process until getting the pull request merged. So I think it's something easy to do and also useful. Or forward porting fixes, like there were fixes on a module you use for version 14, use it in 16, forward porting those fixes to a later version. Like the review part is not very relevant. Most of the time the fix is exactly the same. It applies. Rare occasions won't, but most of the time will. And it's kind of just the exercise of following this flow. So there's some tips on things easier to do. I think the harder thing is to propose a new module. That's harder because there's kind of a lot of things you need to comply with, and it can be a bit frustrating. So that's my advice, don't start there. And so number one, if you haven't, you fork the repository. What is this? So you have the origin, like for example, sale workflow, and this is actually open upgrade, and you can fork on your personal organization, make a copy of it on your personal organization or on your company's organization. I personally, most of the time, do it under the company organization because that allows better collaboration with my colleagues. Someone can pick up on my work, I can pick up on someone's work, like they're doing something else, and it makes it work faster, but it's your choice. So making a fork. Number two is cloning the repository. So you will clone the repository to your local machine, making a copy on your local, and then you add a remote to your fork. So it's like two remote databases, and you have two connections, let's call it, for each of those databases. There's the origin one, and I call it upstream actually, because origin can be tricky because that's the name of a remote. So Git concept, you have remotes. The remotes are an address, such as github.com/OCA sale workflow. That's a remote. In this case, I added a -o upstream, meaning that I'm naming that upstream. By default, it's origin. I'm trying to avoid origin because depending if you you clone from the original repo or you clone from the fork, origin can mean one thing or the other. So it can be confusing, okay? So mind that. I always need to check what remote means depending where I decided to do the clone. So I just intentionally named it upstream to be clear. So you have the upstream and the fork, okay? You don't have to do this. If you're comfortable with what origin means in your workflow, keep it. But here, now I have access to two databases because I can pull code from upstream and I can push code to the fork or can pull code from fork. There's a question, 5 minutes. Okay, let's go. The other very important thing is always after you clone, you install pre-commit. That will save you a lot of time because it will automatically format your code in the correct ways and will automatically detect, run the checks on your code whenever you do a local commit. It will run all the checks that the server CI will also do. So you make it faster because you don't have to, you can fix things locally before just waiting for the build becoming red and having to fix it. Okay. So number 3, you create a feature branch, which first step is if your clone is not fresh, you might want to get the latest version from origin. That's you fetch from the upstream the latest version, for example, branch 16. And you can, the second step is optional. You can update your fork's 16 version. That doesn't do a lot, but I like to do it. But it's not, if you don't do it, the second step, it's fine. The third one is important. So the first is important. You pull the latest 16 code, for example, and then you check out your branch. You create a local copy. There's a -b missing there, I'm sorry. Git checkout -b to create a branch, my branch from 16.0. So I'm creating a branch from 16.0. Then I add my code and commit my code. And once I do that, when I commit, pre-commit checks will automatically be triggered if you did the pre-commit install. And then you can create the pull request. So that's two things. Number one is you push to the fork remote to GitHub. You push your local branch. Head means you can use literally head. Head is the equivalent to the local branch you have active. Okay, so that works always. That's a trick I learned recently. And then you create a pull request. You can do this on the GitHub UI, on the user interface. You go there and create a pull request. But there's also a convenient client tool from GitHub, which is GH. You can also create from the command line directly. You have that tool installed. Okay? And very important, you need to be active in finding reviewers. Those can be colleagues, those can be other people. It's other people who are more receptive to do reviews to you if you did reviews to them too. So that's kind of, I think that's the dynamics that we should establish. So just pushing the code and waiting for someone to review probably won't work. Okay? You need to be active on finding reviewers and maybe doing some reviews yourself so that people would then look, in exchange of their reviews, do reviews for you too. I think that's part of being in the community. And final slide, this is, once you do the pull request, there are chances, good chances that you'll have comments on things to fix. And two different things can happen. So you can have things to make corrections to make, and one way to do it is you can add commits and push them. The other way to do it, you can, not a lot of people know this, you can correct the same commit you have there without adding a commit. You can use the amend option that just changes the last commit without adding a new one. You just need to force push after that. And sometimes you can be asked to rebase. Oh, please rebase your PR because it's red, because it's running on an older version of the pre-commit checks. And please rebase and you'll have that fixed. So that's how you rebase. You use git rebase. I like the -i, that's optional, is interactive. The interactive mode allows you to squash commits, to change the order of commits, to change commit messages. So that's a session on it itself, but I think there's plenty around. But git rebase is a tool that you can use to, if you need to do that. And you will need to force push on the upper one, you need to force push too. And okay, I think that was a lot in very little time. So, but I'll be around and you're welcome to come to me and make questions if you need. So, not sure we have time for questions. Okay, we can have some questions.
When I want to start with reviewer, how do I have to subscribe somewhere or only to start reviewing?
So great question. The question is, what do you need to be a reviewer? Do you need to be subscribed somewhere? No, anyone can do a review. Now, only some people can do the actual merge. Only maintainers can do the merge. Anyone can do reviews. I personally count the automated checks as a one technical review, a very simple review. So I'm happy with just another person looking at it. But if you do a review, even if you can't merge, it's always a good indicator. It makes life easier for the maintainer who has write access and can merge. But anyone can review anything, even like you, but you might not be able to hit the button to merge, okay? So
it helps the review that you see
yes.
in this review and
yes. And reviews can be non-technical. Reviews can be, I forgot to mention that one of the tools is Runboat. Runboat are live instances like the Odoo's Runbot, if you're familiar. So a functional person can can go into Runbot, open the right instance for that pull request, and do the test and say, I test functionally, it's correct. And that's a valid review, okay? Can be code reviews, can be functional reviews, or you can install it on your computer and test it. And validate. So I'm not a developer. I can't comment on the code, but the functional review, it works fine. So that's valid. Okay. Another question? Yeah, please.
If we have time, could you say a little more about the run boat
Okay.
infrastructure?
Run boat. The infrastructure, or how do you use? Better, it's microphone. This was supposed to work. Yeah, this works better. Okay. Run boat. So run boat is every time it's similar to runbot. We were using, so Odoo uses runbot, which is an infrastructure that every time a pull request is made, it creates, it builds an instance of Odoo, it runs all the tests on it, and puts it live available so you can log in with admin and browse that instance. So the OCA, we have runboat, which is an alternative to that built on Kubernetes, which is more efficient on our infrastructure. Because for Odoo, runbot is fine because they have 2 repos, but we have 200 repos, and it doesn't work for us. The resource consumption was enormous. Imagine all these instances and the memory and the, so runboat allows us to have a lot of stopped pods on certain images that you can start in 10 seconds. If it's not live, not running, you can click it, you wait 5 seconds, you refresh the page, and then you'll have the live button, you can log in. I'm not sure those are that answers your question. Or
So what's the connection between the code, submitting a PR, to actually launching the run boat and having someone testing the functionality?
So on the, so every time a PR is created, a runboat instance is triggered automatically. Okay, and the PR does not have a direct link, but on the home page of the repo, you'll have a button saying runboat. You click on it, and they'll have like a graphical menu with all the. You'd need to look up the specific one you want for that PR, and then click on it. Well, it should be live if the PR is new, but if the PR is 6 months old, it's probably stopped. And you need to click on a button to make it live, go up, and then you can browse on it. Because it's the ones that are idle for some time, it's shut down for efficiency. So that's basically how it works. Go to the home page, the main page of the repo, and you'll have a button there saying, all modules have it actually. All modules have that button on the README, and the main page also does. Okay? Okay, but maybe we should write something, get some more information on that. Okay, but that's the key idea. Okay? Good? Thank you.
tout bon pour toi? C'est bon? Cool. As we move forward in the technical session of OCA Days 2023, we have an expert with 20 years of free software development experience ready to guide us through the complexity of Odoo database migration. Please join me to welcoming Hugues de Keyser.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, hello and welcome to the talk, How to Migrate an Odoo Database Across Multiple Versions for Newbies. We have a lot to cover, so it will go quite fast. So please fasten your seatbelts, and I hope you'll enjoy the ride. So I am Hugues de Keyser. I'm a long-time free software enthusiast, and I'm a software developer at CoPTZ, which I joined in 2021. And I'm going to talk a little bit about CoPTZ first. So we are a worker cooperative. We're a team of 8 people, 4 developers, 3 analysts, and 1 salesperson. There is no hierarchy. There are no bosses. We are all our own bosses. We have an equal salary. We use collective intelligence to make decisions. All the code we develop is free software, and we work mainly with clients in the social economy sector, which is the sector which puts people before profit. Some of our clients include cooperative supermarkets, other cooperatives, and other companies with alternative business models. And I'm very happy to work there. So we're going to talk about Odoo database migration. So what is it about? So another term to use would be to upgrade a database. So the goal is to make it compatible with a newer version of Odoo. I myself migrated several client databases, and it left me quite traumatized, so I'm here to share that trauma with you. So, a little bit about you. Who has never migrated an Odoo database? By a show of hands? Okay, it's not surprising. Who has already migrated an Odoo database? Oh, that's surprising. Who thought it was an easy peasy process? Okay, nobody, that was expected. And who has no idea what we are talking about? No? Okay, please pay attention. So the outline of the talk, first I will give a little bit of context on the Odoo database migration, then the big picture on how to run it, what are your requirements, what to do before you begin, how to set up the environment, how to run the migration, and then I will end with some tips. So first, why? Why do we need to do that? Okay, this is my rant slide. I guess that for most people in this room there is nothing new in here, but so let's address the elephant in the room. Odoo is a great piece of software, and I'm grateful to the Odoo company for building and funding it, but Odoo likes to move fast and break things. And how does it do that? Well, it publishes a new major version every year, and which is very fast and a very fast and unstable release cycle because, yeah, as you might know, a major version breaks compatibility with the previous one. Well, this is great for new features, but it's bad for compatibility, and it brings 2 major problems. The first problem is code compatibility, and the second problem is related to data migration. So, code compatibility. So because Odoo is modular software, there are many existing modules, and each new major version brings breaking changes. And since modules are compatible with only one major version, all the modules need to be ported to each new major version, and that's a lot of work. So data migration, well, the software to migrate the data that Odoo company provides is not free, unlike in most other free software projects. And the company keeps the migration scripts to themselves and provide an upgrade as a paying service. But fortunately there is Open Upgrade. Ta-da! So, what is Open Upgrade? So Open Upgrade consists of 2 parts. The main part is reverse engineering of the migration scripts that the Odoo company jealously keeps to themselves. And the second part is Open Upgrade Lib, which is a library with many useful functions to migrate data. And so Open Upgrade does the same thing as the Odoo upgrade service, more or less, except it's free of charge, free software, and of course it works better. It works so well that it is a recommended way to upgrade the Odoo Community Edition, as recommended, quite ironically, by the CEO of the Odoo company itself. This has been published on LinkedIn 6 months ago. So the CEO tells, oh, no, it is really free software. Please use Open Upgrade to upgrade. Well, now let's look at the big picture of how to migrate an Odoo database. It's not that difficult. First, you need to back up your database and its file store. So you're using Odoo version N. Why do you need to back up your database? It's because you're not going to run the migration on the production database. The process is completely unsafe, and there is zero chance that it will work the first time. So you need to run it on a copy of the database. So you restore it on a migration computer. You set up the migration environment there in version N+1. You run Odoo with Open Upgrade, and ta-da, your database is now upgraded to Odoo N+1. Then you simply continue to step 3 for each subsequent version. Easy, right? Okay, now how does it work in, more detail? My first Odoo migration, how to learn Odoo database migrations the hard way. So I had less than 4 months of Odoo experience. My knowledgeable colleague was sick, and I was on my own with some scripts and documentation. I was a total noob, but in the end, I succeeded. And so, as for many things, you just learn by trying to do it. And that's how you build experience. So here is how the migration process will probably look like for a total noob, like it did for me. So it starts as the big picture, then it gets a little bit less predictable, let's say. Okay, let's run Open Upgrade. No, it doesn't work. How do I do it? Okay, there's an error. Okay. Please help me. Well, and yeah, you can get a kind of desperate if you. So well, I'm going to address this. So what are your hard requirements before starting? First, you need time, patience, perseverance, and confidence, because without those, you will never reach the end of the process. And then some nice to have that can help to get a little faster. So what to do before you begin? First, you need to clean up your database, because anything you can remove before starting should go, because fewer modules and less data means less work. So it's time to install useless modules. Maybe you remove useless data, and then you get a cleaner database anyway. So that's a good idea. Okay, what will be lost? Because yes, you will lose some data, and you need to be aware of that. So of course, if you made changes to module data directly in Odoo, data coming from XML files, that's always a bad idea, because just a regular module update will make that data be lost anyway. Web pages depends on the version you're coming from and going to, but most probably you will have to redo them. Custom search filter for users, any translation that have not been exported, all of these will be lost. So keep that in mind when developing and changing stuff in Odoo instances also. Oh, you might think, but there is data that is no update. Well, no update is a lie in the context of major version migrations, because, for example, in Odoo 15, the email template language changed from Jinja to QWeb, and so well, your mail templates won't work anymore. So Open Upgrade decided to just reset them to the default values provided by Odoo 15. So even no update data is not safe. Okay, now, before starting, is the target version ready for the database? So you need to check, do all modules exist in the target version? Do migration scripts exist for all the standard modules? And what about intermediate versions? Should the modules exist also? Well, the modules shouldn't exist in intermediate versions as long as the migration scripts are okay. For standard modules, of course, there you need, because they exist in all versions, you need migration scripts in Open Upgrade. Well, this is a sanity check that you will that will save you a lot of time in the long run. If you don't do it, you will have to fix all of these issues along the way, and that will take much more time and be much more frustrating that this whole thing already is. So do it before. So how do you check whether all modules still exist in the target version? Because of course it would be too easy just to look at the modules, because of course some modules get renamed, some modules get merged, some are not ported yet, and some get obsolete. Well, you can go to the repository contents, look at the target branch. If the module is there, great. If it's not there, look at the migration issue for open pull request. This also explains whether a module has been renamed or not. And then in Open Upgrade, there is, in each branch, for each version, there is a file called a priori.py, which contains all the renames and the merges of modules. So if a module gets renamed, it's written there too. For migration scripts for standard modules, you should go to the Open Upgrade documentation, and there is a module coverage page, which is a table. For each version, there is, for each module, the status, whether it's covered or not. So the second column status should say done or nothing to do. If it's empty, it means it's not yet done. So maybe there is an open pull request, so please test and review, or create the migration scripts and contribute. Okay, now the setup part. What do you need to do? First, you need to set up an Odoo environment for the migration for each version, starting with version n+1. It's like a regular environment for Odoo, so you can set it up with Git aggregator or pip. If you want to use pip, maybe you can stay for the next talk by Stefan Bidul, which he has a lot of experience about this. Then, of course, you need to add Open Upgrade because, yeah, well, in a normal Odoo environment, maybe you don't need it, but here you will need Open Upgrade. And so all the branches should be in version n+1, so also for Odoo and Open Upgrade. An important thing to know is that you're not just migrating a database. You are actually building a process, because the end goal is to migrate the database flawlessly and quickly. So you should work iteratively and avoid manual fixes as much as possible. Everything should be handled by scripts, because in the end, you will take the production database and you will rerun the process so that you can have as little downtime as possible. And also, all the fixes should be written once in a script, so you don't need to do manual fixes every time. Well, sometimes a manual fix is a more efficient way. If you don't have to do it too many times, that's up to you to decide. Okay, so how do you get started? First, well, if you directly try to migrate the production database, which might be huge, you might lose a lot of time. So you should first create a database with the same modules as the production database and with demo data. And this will allow you to test the process much more quickly. But don't hang onto it though, because sometimes demo data cause migration errors. So you might, if you have a lot of time, you can maybe fix them. But well, from my personal experience, well, I tried to go as far as possible, and then I got stuck because of this, and then I switched to a production database which didn't have these errors. So if you maybe that can help you. Okay, how to run the migration? Some safety measures before, so you need to disable incoming and outgoing mail servers on the database, and identify active crons and disable them, because you don't want the migration process to mess with the real world. Sometimes just updating the database will send emails, and if your clients will receive emails, they will be a little bit concerned maybe. So ensure nothing will interact with the real world. Now, some errors. If you get errors related to XML data, if it's module data, and because manual changes are lost anyway, the simple solution is just delete the data. It will most probably be recreated automatically with the module update. If it's not coming from a module, then you need either to fix it by hand or script, or delete it. That's up to you. If there are errors related to migration scripts, like a table doesn't exist, or a column doesn't exist, or some index problems, well, you should actually write or fix migration scripts, because this is where you handle these kind of problems. So please resist the temptation to fix it only for you, and contribute to Open Upgrade and OCA modules migrations. Then, if you successfully, well, if the update process ended successfully, then it's time to move on to the next version. Or if you reach your target version, it's time for some end steps. So one of the tests is to manually test the migrated database, because just the update process, even if it ends correctly, it doesn't guarantee that Odoo will work. You need to to log into the database and do the usual stuff that is done in that Odoo instance and ensure that everything works, because there might be still some problems. And you might involve the owner of the database in this process, so you put a copy on a test server and ask them to make some tests. This can take several days. And with this, you will probably encounter a new problem, so you will fix your scripts and provide a new version of the migrated database. A useful module at the end is database cleanup. It's an OCA module that allows to remove obsolete data. So some obsolete modules that are still marked as installed, obsolete views, obsolete data, whatever. So run it. I would advise you to run it before manually testing the migrated database, so you don't have you don't have bad surprises if you do that after the test and it breaks something new again. Normally, it doesn't. Well, in my experience, it didn't break anything. So, well, use it. Very useful. Okay. Now that everything works, you succeeded in migrating your database on the test server. You're ready to run it for real. So how should you do that? Well, if you're moving to another server and you need to update some DNS domain, well, a few days before, lower the time to live of that entry, because that would be really annoying if you get stuck because of DNS cache. Then you should ensure the whole migration process works with the latest production data, so take a more recent backup and test the whole process again. Prepare the production environment for the new version so that the server is ready to welcome your new database. Then it's time to stop the production database. So either it's a server running only that, so that's easy, you just stop the service. If it's a multi-tenant system, that's more difficult because you cannot just stop a database. You either drop it, or another trick is to change the database owner so Odoo won't see it anymore and will stop running it. Then you should back it up, restore it on the migration computer, run the migration, then test the new database, back up the resulting database and restore it on the new production environment. Test the new database there because, of course, you forgot some pip modules to install. And then it's time to probably drop the old database and re-enable the mail servers, the crons, and go live. Ta-da! Congratulations, you succeeded. And now you can take a big holiday because you're completely tired and you don't have any hair on your head left. Okay, some tips. So, migrating similar databases together is a really good idea. So if you have a lot of databases with similar modules, you should migrate them at the same time in the same environment using the same scripts. This can save you a lot of time. Because waiting is a very important part of the migration process. So if you can run multiple migrations at the same time, well, that wait is spread. I migrated 6 databases from 9 to 14 at the same time. It took almost the same time as migrating only one database. So yeah, resist the temptation to fix something only for you. Please contribute migration scripts. So even once your migrated database is completely live, you still have all that code, those scripts and stuff. Please contribute. Also, document everything along the way. What I like to do is keep a list in a text file of all the problems as soon as I encountered them, and I solve them one by one. And I write how it was solved. And so at the end, it will increase your migration knowledge base. So keep this file, commit it somewhere, and so for the next migration, if you have similar errors, you will have some help from there. And anyway, listing all the problems, because you anyway have to solve them, all of them, before ending. Okay, you're not alone, so you can, of course, create all of these things manually, but fortunately there is a tool now for this. And I will not talk a lot of this about this, because tomorrow there is a talk about this tool. So Odoo Open Upgrade Wizard, or OOW for short, is a tool made by Sylvain Legal of Grapp, and with help from Rémi Teymans of Copy.tz. And it helps you with this whole migration process. Here are some features. So that's a spoiler for tomorrow. So please attend the talk by Remy tomorrow. As an end note, you're not alone. So if you're tired or desperate to run it yourself and you have some money to spend, please reach out. CopyDZ can help because we offer migration services, so you don't have to. And that's it. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions? No? I was that clear? That's good. Sorry?
Are you using the wizard?
Yes. So the question was, are we using the wizard? So Odoo OpenGrid wizard. Oh yeah, the latest migrations we did for clients were done with that tool. Yes. Yes?
Maybe this is a very newbie question, but how do you differentiate custom modules from standard Odoo modules and the core database?
Okay, standard. So the question is, how do you differentiate custom modules from standard modules? That's it. So when I talk about Odoo standard modules, these are the modules coming with Odoo itself. Custom modules, well, there are OCA modules from the OCA repos, and then you can have custom modules from your own repos that are not shared with the OCA. For those, you are, of course, completely responsible yourself for writing migration scripts from them. And if you need to rename them, you also need to edit the a priori.py. So yeah, that's up to you. So if you the more you contribute to the OCA, the more work can be shared among everybody. So it's always a good idea. Does it answer your question?
So the custom module has its own data, and to migrate that data, we would use the same patterns that the standard modules from the open upgrade scripts are using to sort of mimic the same process or method to upgrade the data of the custom modules.
So the question, the direction is.
Is that right, or is that?
So. If a custom module has custom data, you will have to mimic the migration script of OpenUpgrade to migrate the data. Yes, it's the same mechanism. If your module creates its own table and doesn't interact with standard Odoo tables, then you don't even have to migrate anything. The data can stay at itself. It's only if the module the structure of the module, of the models of the module has changed that you need to write migration scripts. But that's also true even in the context of non-major upgrades. You just, if each time you make a change, you write a migration script that just converts the database to that format. And yeah, and so of course there is a lot of inspiration that you can find in the OpenUpgrade migration scripts. Another question? Yes?
Is there any tool to get an idea of how much of the node data is actually not kept after the migration?
So the question is there a tool to know the amount of data that will not be, no. Sorry? Please, louder, please.
Updates. So for the node data, you would expect
And no update data.
some of it is rewritten. So do you have the tool to have an idea of how much data?
There is no tool because all no update data is overwritten. So in the OpenUpgrade migration scripts, you can see there is a file called no update changes.xml, and this is really the data coming from Odoo, and it will be applied as a normal data. So all no update data is overwritten. All the ones coming from Odoo, from the Odoo standard modules, of course. For the OCA modules, I'm not sure. And for your own modules, you can do as you want. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Do we still have time? I think it's time to stop. Sorry, it's 11. Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome to the technical session at OCA Days 2023. It's a privilege to introduce our next speaker. You certainly heard about what he does in different areas, like MES Builder, Runboat, OCA, as a OCA board member, Python in the Python packaging community. Today, Stefan challenged the status quo, questioning why an Odoo project should be structured differently from a typical Python project.
Exactly that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Indeed, and thank you for being here physically or online. So indeed, today I'm going to discuss how we can organize an Odoo project like a regular Python application. And the reason this is important is that when you do a customer project, there is this dichotomy between your own code that you are creating for a customer and then dependencies. And dependencies are frameworks or libraries that you are going to reuse in your project. And one way to do that is copy everything in your project, but for various reasons, that's maybe not the best way to do it. I won't go into detail about that. What's important is that you need to manage those dependencies. And with an Odoo project, it's not any different, actually. Odoo is a framework you are going to use in your application, just like you could use Django or any other framework. And then Odoo comes with standard plugins, add-ons. Then you use OCA add-ons to build your project, or reusable add-ons you are building in your own company that for some reason you cannot share or whatever. All those are dependencies from the point of view of your customer project. And managing dependencies in software project is not an easy problem. And the main challenge you have to address is the challenge of reproducibility. What you want to do is to be sure that what you are going to deploy is exactly what you have tested. And also, of course, you can do that with a Docker file, for instance, and deploy the same image that you have tested. But what happens, for instance, if there is a bug fix in your base image, you need to rebuild the exact same versions on top of a different base image. So you need to know what were the dependencies at the time you built your image. Also, for instance, if you have a bug fix to do, you want to get the exact same version, do a little patch, and be sure that at that moment you don't do any other change at the bug you are fixing. And for OCA add-ons or third-party Odoo add-ons, is exactly the same problem. You want to pin individual add-ons. One problem we have in OCA, for instance, is that you have big repositories with many different add-ons. If to embark a little patch on one given add-on, you have to update a whole repository full of different add-ons, you run a huge risk to deploy actually new bugs or unintended feature when you just want to fix one little add-on. And the other reason I think it's important to use standards, well, standards are a good thing, right? Because it enables tooling interoperability. If your development workflow is based on standard mechanisms, there is a greater chance that there are existing tools that you can use to support it. Tools existing today, or maybe tools that will happen tomorrow, like because those tools would support the same standards, and then there is a good chance that if your workflow is standards-based, future tools, you will be able to use them. It's also better for developer onboarding. If you have a workflow that is commonly used in the industry, there is a greater chance that when you onboard new developers on your project, they will be at least familiar with some part of your way of working, and it will be easier for them to start on your project. And generally, the good thing with standard is that you try to avoid to reinvent things that have or solve problems that have already been solved in a broader community. So, a few words about me. I'm a co-founder of Axon. I'm the chief techie there. I'm a board member of the OCA and quite involved in the community. And I'm also a member of the Python packaging community, and I've the privilege of being a pip maintainer too. Actually, I became a pip maintainer because I was trying to solve problems for the Odoo community. Tried to contribute as upstream as possible. So in this talk, what I'm going to do is first spend a few time explaining a few modern standards that exist today and have been developed over the past 10 years in the Python packaging community, at least those who are relevant for our community or Odoo community here. Then I will spend a little bit of time explaining how we are going to package individual OCA add-on starting from version 17. Probably know this setup directory we have in all these OCA add-ons, trying to get rid of that because it's a bit annoying, and now we have a standard-based solution, and I explain that. And then I explain you how we organize an Odoo project based on those standards, and show you a quick demo of how you can add or remove dependencies using those mechanisms. So, Python packaging standards. Actually, there are 4 cornerstone standards that are important in Python packaging. How do you define metadata about the packages? How do you create a distribution format? The wheel format, it's important. Another standard is the build backend interface. We now have in the Python packaging a standard way for a project to express how an installer tool can build it to install it, or to create an editable install for it. And then there is this pyproject.toml file, which is relatively new, a few years, but is quickly becoming the way to declare that some directory is actually a Python project and how you can install it. And if you want details about those standards, there is this packaging.python.org where all the specifications are collected, so you can find them there. So first, packaging metadata is relatively easy. It's not different in Python than other packaging systems, can be NPM or Debian or whatever. You need to give package a name, explain what it is, correct package name. You need to give them versions, what it means to compare to version, what it means to have a version that is greater than another one, or identical versions. And then in the package metadata, you express what are the dependencies of your package. You can express that some package need to depend on another one on a specific version or a minimum version, or say that you want to depend on a package that maybe is not published on the standard index, but is available in some repository at a specific tag or commit. So all those are standardized mechanisms. And in the metadata, there is of course more, like the description, the license, the authors, all those things that are not necessary to do an installation, but are really useful to discover the package and to create a package store to help you discover the packages. So all this is fully standard in the Python world. Then there is the the wheel format. The wheel format is the binary distribution mechanism for Python packages. And it's actually very simple. It's a zip file which has a structured name. So just by looking at the name, you already get some information about the metadata of the package. So like this one, you see Werkzeug, you get already the package name, then you have the version in the file name, so you don't need to open the zip file to know what version is in it. And then there are the 3 last part are what are called the compatibility tags, and are saying with which Python versions or which platform the package is compatible. And then in the zip file, you have the source code. It's not for a pure Python package. There It's nothing else than that, the source code as is. And then the metadata directory, where you can find the license, the full text of the license, or a metadata file where you get all the metadata that I explained before. There are some other details not relevant for today. What's important with the zip file, with the wheel file, is that basically to install it, all you have to do is to unzip it somewhere in the Python path, nothing else. And basically what pip is doing when you ask him to install a wheel file, it just does that, unzip the file at the right directory. Again, a few more details, but fundamentally this is that. And then the build backend interface. When you have a Python project, we now have a standard to explain installers or builders how to build a project. And for that, there is this build backend interface, which are a few functions that have standardized name, like build wheel. How do I build a wheel for this directory? Or how do I build this project for an editable install? So it's installed, but keeping the source code in place so you can modify it and rerun it without having to do a full complete reinstall, and things like that. So basically, build wheel, very easy. And finally, there is this pyproject.toml, which is that if you find that pyproject.toml in a directory, you know that it is a directory for Python project. And an important part of that pyproject.toml is that it declares the build system. What do you need to build or install this project? And the build system say, what are the requirements? What are the build tools you need to have to build it? In this example, we say that we need setup tools, minimum version 67, and the wheel package. And we know that an installer knows that if it is installing those two tools in an environment, then it will be able to import the build backend module. We also need to be explicit about that. So in setup tools.build_meta, the installer tool, if he imports that modules, it will find in it at least the build wheel function that it can call to build a wheel for the project. Whatever needs to be done to build a project. It can be as simple as zipping the source code, but it can do other things. It can transform the code, put it in another directory, as many things as the developer wants. And it's actually very easy to extend an existing build backend to create your own if you have specific requirements in your project. Okay. And then for a project, you can also define the metadata of your project. And we also have a standard for that. So in the same pyproject.toml file, you can have a project section where you can give the name, the description, the dependencies, which Python version is required to run the project, which license it has, and so on. And there is the possibility that if your metadata is not static, like in this example, I've declared that the version is dynamic. What this means is that to know the version of the package, you have to invoke the build tool that will compute the version for it. For instance, the version, it can be interesting to get the version from a Git tag, for instance. That's something that's done very commonly. In that case, you don't know the version just by looking at that pyproject.toml file. You have to invoke the build tool to compute it. And then there is also a standard mechanism for tools to store their configuration in that pyproject.toml. So for instance, coverage, you can configure in the same file. So it's quickly becoming the de facto place to configure a Python project. All right. And then the last one is that famous requirements.txt file. It's not really a standard because it's actually a pip file format, so it's not an interoperability standard on the same level as the other. But that's all we have today. There are discussions about creating a standard for that. But it's very easy. Basically, it's a list of requirements, so package names with a version of package name with a Git reference, and so on and so on. And it's one way to pin all the dependencies of one project is to create such a file where you list all the exact versions of the dependencies you need to run your project. All right, so how do we use this now in the Odoo community? Well, the first thing is packaging individual add-ons. Because remember, I said one goal we have is to be able to depend on separate add-ons, because that's the reusability granularity we have in Odoo. And to do that, in OCA, you know, there is this setup directory with the setup.py, which was the old way of doing that. Now, the modern way, the standardized way, is to declare a build system in a PyProject.toml. And the idea here is that in version 17, we will create, the tooling will create in all add-on in each add-on directory next to the manifest file, we will create a PyProject.toml to declare that each add-on is actually a small Python project in itself, all right? And for that, I created a little tool that is called Wool, that is basically computing all the metadata from the manifest file. Because in Odoo, all the metadata, the name, the version, the dependencies, everything is in the manifest file. So there is no need to recreate or to copy it in something else. So it's basically a build where all the metadata is dynamic, is computed by the build tool. And so we are going to create this file in each add-on directory in place of those old setup.py file. I've already done it in the MIS Builder branch, so if you want to test it, you can take, for instance, those comments. You go into the MIS Builder directory, and you can run pipex run build. Build is a build tool for Python that understands how to run a build backend, and you want to build a wheel, run it in that directory. Is going to work just like it works today with any Python project. You can also do an editable install of an editable add-on, of a single add-on. So if you go into the add-on directory, you type pip install minus editable dot, the directory name. It will install the add-on in the Python path, so it will become immediately usable by the Odoo version that is available in your environment. You can already do that today, by the way, in the setup directory. Okay, so that's not very new. It's just a transition to using modern standards to do the same thing. And the result, that's also not new. We have been doing that since version 8 for OCA add-ons. A wheel for an Odoo add-on looks like this. So what we do is that we prefix the add-on name with Odoo underscore add-on. So we can know that the package is an Odoo add-on, and we don't have name conflicts with whatever is published on PyPI. You get the version, and it's a portable pure Python, so the tags look like this. And in the wheel, you have the metadata directory to follow the standard. And you have the source code, and this is basically all the source code of the add-on. The only difference is that you see it is in this Odoo/add-on directory, because Odoo/add-on is the namespace package where Odoo is finding add-on, and that's because of that you can write import odoo.addon.misbuilder, right? So you just unzip that in the Python path, and Odoo will discover them. The metadata looks like this. You see that the dependencies, MIS Builder is depending on the date range add-on, for instance, so you see it here. And we have version constraint. So if you have an add-on in version 16, its dependencies must be version 16 too, and so on. Okay, now if we look at a customer project, how do we assemble all this to deliver a custom project? Well, we are going to create a PyProject.toml, as you could have guessed. and we are going to declare our build system. And the build system, in this case, I'm using HLink, which is a build system which is part of the Python Packaging Association, with a plugin for it, which is called HODO, which basically does one essential thing, is looking in the add-ons of your project, of your customer project, to discover the dependencies, because the dependencies, they are in the manifest, right? So the only thing this, well, it does a few other things, but the main thing this plugin is doing is looking at the add-ons in your project to find the dependencies and compute them. And so if you look at the project section, standard, you give it a name, you give it a version, you give it a description, you can say which Python version your project is supporting, fully standard. And then you are saying, okay, my dependencies, they are going to be dynamic. I will not list all my dependencies in this pyproject.toml. I will let the HODO plugin look at the add-on to compute them when I build the project to install it. And then there is some boilerplate to configure that, not that much. You need to tell the plugin where the Odoo add-ons are located. A good convention, I think, is to place them in Odoo/addon in your project, because since you write import odoo.addon.the add-on name in Odoo, that's just a namespace package in Python. That's a standard thing in Python. And in Python, your namespace package, you organize them like that. You give them Odoo, the directory structure follow the namespace structure. And then you enable the plugin. Bit of boilerplate, and that's it. And then from there, you can use basically any tool you want, right? Any tool that knows how to work with a Python project is going to work with that structure. And today, this landscape is very dynamic. There is lots of competition. There is Hatch, PDM is a project that's worth following. There is this venerable pip tools, which is locking dependencies and so on. In this example, I will show you how it works with a tool called pip deep freeze that we created. It's a tool that where I experiment, but it's really production ready. Things that could go in pip someday, because they are basically common feature for project management that could land in pip someday. And I will show you how this workflow works. So to do that, I show you, is it readable? I think so. I show you my project structure. So at the root, I have this pyproject.toml that I just showed you, 5 minutes, okay. And then in my add-ons, I have a standard manifest, and I have this requirements.txt file. Remember the log file that I mentioned before? It pins all the versions, and it says, okay, I want this specific commit of Odoo, right? Now, if I add an add-on to my dependency, let's say I want to add MIS Builder in my dependencies, I just have the sync command is used in many different tools, like pip tools, as it, and so on. So if I do pip deep freeze sync, is going to look at all the dependencies of my project and is discovering there is a new dependency that is not already installed in my environment. And the result is that it has updated my requirement.txt, and it has added my 3 new dependencies pinned at exactly the version I've installed today. And you see, I just add MIS Builder in my manifest. It has discovered that it needs date range and report XLSX, which are dependencies of MIS Builder. And now I can commit that. I can share that with my colleague. I can use this requirement.txt to install in my production environment. I'm sure of what I'm going to, of which exact version I'm going to install. And if I say, let's say I want to install a new module we are working on, account reversal usability. This one is not merged yet. Okay, we are working on it, and I have for that a constraint file that is saying that for account reversal usability, don't go looking for it on PyPI. Look in this pull request. Okay, that's also standard syntax. I'm saying it's in the account financial tool repository, and the branch name, the git ref, it's ref pull, the pull request number, and so on. And if I rerun my sync command, you'll see that it's going to, actually in this case, you see it's running a git clone, so it's going to fetch the module, is building it, looking at its own dependencies, and the result is that my requirement.txt file has been updated. If I can show it to you, account reversal usability is going to pick it up from this git repo, but not the pull request, a very specific commit in that repo. And again, just with a very simple comment, I included in my project a specific commit of one specific add-on. So if the PR is updated, maybe there will be incompatible changes, I don't know. If I've tested that, I'm deployed that, I have a guarantee that I'm going to deploy the exact same thing. And I can choose when I want to get the new version of that pull request, or when it will be merged, I'm going to remove that from here, resync, and it will discover that the add-on is on PyPI and don't get the version from PyPI. And it also works if I remove a dependency. For instance, if I remove MIS Builder, oops, not this one, pipdf sync, and is again computing the dependencies if the network, yeah, that's a network issue. But at the end is going to say, I've seen that those dependencies are installed, but they are not required by your project. Do you want to uninstall them? It's a bit slow. Okay, so there we are. So at the end, you say, okay, I see you have date range, MIS Builder, report XLSX. Do you want to uninstall them? You uninstall, and there you are. Your requirement.txt is updated, and again, we only have that new dependency. And yeah, basically that's all there is to it. Today, I show it with pipdeep freeze. That's the one we use. We know it works well. Maybe PDM works as well. I don't know. I've not tested recently. At some point, many different tools, or even PyCharm or VS Code, are going to support that natively. For instance, VS Code as a function today. I see you are in a Python project. Do you want me to create a virtual environment? And is proposing that to you. You choose a Python version, and you propose to install everything for you. And I don't think I have time, but by the way, all this works in Docker too. So you can develop in a local virtual environment, but you can work in a Docker Compose environment if you prefer. I don't think I have time to demonstrate that today, but I'll be around, so if you want, catch me and I can show you. Thank you. And by the way, the demo I'm doing today, it's based on a demo project that I've published there, so you can look it up. There is small README. I've not spent much time to give a lot of detail, but you can play with it, and don't hesitate to ask questions if you want to use it yourself. And I'll share my slide, of course. Any question? Yes?
Yes, so one advantage of using Git aggregate is when you have a PR open against an OCA
Yes.
It doesn't get merged for a while. The customer really wants the feature in that PR. You can add it to Git aggregates, but I don't think there's a published Python package with that PR included. So how do you depend on that version of the module with that PR included?
If you look at my example here, actually we don't use Git aggregate that much these days. The only case where we need to use it is that we have two PR on the same add-ons. But as long as it's one PR for one add-on, we can just reference the PR directly with this syntax. So you give the add-on name, the repo, and then the git ref here, and that's all there is. Okay. Yes?
What about Odoo itself in all of this? Because it's a great approach, but Odoo is referenced with a commit, not a module, account module 16.
Yeah.
Did you discuss this approach with Odoo? Yes, what do you think about it?
Actually, they've no real interest in that because for their need, Odoo is one thing. You always get all of Odoo. So the approach I've chosen is that a tool like Wool computes the dependencies, knows which are the add-ons that are part of the Odoo standard distribution, right? So if you have an add-on that depends on account, actually you will receive a dependency on Odoo, and that's the way it works. Otherwise, Odoo has its own packaging thing, setup.py, so that's why it works, because it's declaring its dependencies and so on. There is a little bug there, because if you want to create a wheel from Odoo, by default, it doesn't include all the add-ons. It only includes the base add-on. And there is a patch for that, and in the demo project, there is the Git aggregate for Odoo. Oops. There is the Git aggregate for Odoo that includes this patch to the setup.py of Odoo. Other questions? Yes?
If you have a custom module for a customer which doesn't have a wheel yet, and you need to do extra work on it to make it have a wheel, or can you just point your tooling at the repository?
You need to put this pyproject.toml at the root of the add-on, so the standard tooling is going to know it's a Python project. So that's the only thing you do. There is this 3 lines pyproject.toml that you need to put at the add-on next to the manifest file, and then you can reference it with a git reference, and that's it.
And the OCA has automatic tooling for that, right?
Yes, OCA is doing it in pre-commit, and also the OCA bot, in case the pre-commit has not done it, the OCA bot is ensuring that they are all there. I think we'll merge that today. You will see the pre-commit file of Odoo 17 as this wool init command that adds the pyproject.toml to the repo. By the way, pyproject.toml, you can customize it. For instance, that can be interesting. For instance, if you say that your add-on depends on some minimum version of an OCA add-on, for instance, you can customize the pyproject.toml of your add-on to express that. You cannot express that in the depend section of an Odoo manifest, but you can override the dependencies to say, I want, I don't know, QJob minimum version 3. You can do that. Thank you.
So welcome everybody. Okay, let me know. So hello everybody. So sorry for the connection issue, but no, we are okay. So welcome to Simone Orsi and Enrique Tobela that will show us the new tool for managing repository and some new feature of OCA port.
Not anymore. Hi everybody. Well, just a small correction. We were supposed to talk about OCA port, but we won't because we have another talk tomorrow for the OCA port. So it's all good. Thanks. Ciao everyone. Hope you're doing good today. So first of all, a few words about who we are. I'm Simone Orsi. I'm 41. I'm from Rome. Python full stack dev since a bunch of years. Working with Odoo since OpenAP 5, OCA board member. I love open source and software architect at Come2Come since 7 years. And you can find me everywhere as Simok. You can talk here, otherwise nobody's.
Hi, I'm Enrique. Well, actually I'm a mathematician, but I've been working on Odoo and Python for 7 years. And since version 11. Right now I'm a OCA board member and I've been working for 10 years as an IT manager on Creu Blanca, a set of medical centers in Barcelona, but right now I founded my own company. Hard work there. You can find me as Etobella or Kike Tobella. So,
Okay, so quickly, agenda for today. A bunch of terms, some terminology to understand what we're talking about. Then we're gonna explain how the repo and the maintainers, like the PSC thing works today and how it's going to work tomorrow, which is what we want to change. So, very briefly, probably most of you already know this, but just to give an overview to the ones that are not aware of it. So we have projects that are actually tied to a macro area like accounting and logistics and stuff like that. A PSC, which originally was meant to be a project steering committee, meaning that there was a committee that was about to, meant to drive a project like evolution of accounting, evolution of logistics, and so forth. The repo itself, I mean, what you find on GitHub, and then we have teams that are used to manage the access, the permissions to each of the repositories. And here we have basically two main teams. One is the board for the OCA board members, core maintainers, which are people that are there since a while and help managing some repositories. Then we have the PSC, responsible for reviewing, merging, helping, in theory, helping people contributing to the repositories. And then the representative, which is normally one person that is nominated to represent that group of people in the PSC. So, today we have a bunch of issues. We have plenty of manual operations in order to create repositories, to manage the access to the repositories and forth. We need a high level of rights because we need access to our Odoo instance. Everything is managed from there. And so we need some superpowers to make this happen every time. And since it's in our Odoo community instance and not everybody can have access to the backend, of course, somehow we have some little transparency on how this works. Sometimes, if you ever submitted a proposal for getting into the PSC, you know that sometimes it's a long way to go to get access to the membership of the PSC. And one thing that comes automatically from what we have today is that members of the PSC are published on the website, or you have some sort of recognition, and you know who to look for when you want to find who's responsible for what. So the workflow today is this. You request through the contributors mailing list, just write an email. You wait for the vote, so +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. And then what happens is that one of us has to follow up on that request and take action. And actually, for instance, sometimes I see 2 votes. Okay, not enough. Okay, I'm gonna get back tomorrow. Maybe for whatever reason, I forget or time passed by, I don't have time. Maybe 1 week later, 2 weeks later, we take action. Okay, so that's what happens, right? So this is the experience on the other side, right? And this is because of the manual operation that I mentioned before. So what we have to do when we have such requests is, first of all, if the repository is not there since a while, we have to create a repository and then wait for the sync to happen between the Odoo instance and GitHub. We have to take care of the PSC, and the PSC in our Odoo instance are projects. This is because Odoo projects, I mean, project.project model, okay? This is because originally, when the OCA started, they foreseen that we could manage everything in Odoo, but it's not the case today. But we still have the projects, the members attached to the project that basically land in the teams of GitHub. So we have to take care to find the user, plug in into the right project, blah, 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 blah. And then sometimes it happens that the GitHub user is not matching with the user on the platform. Then you have to check why. Maybe it's inactive, maybe the guy changed the email, maybe whatever reason, and then you have to follow up on this and this problem, right? And then of course, as I said, the repositories are on GitHub, so you have to get there and see if the teams are matching. There is also a delay, so even if the above operations are smooth, you still have to wait for the sync to happen from our instance to GitHub, so it's not immediate, okay? So what happens is that you still have to wait to get the final situation.
So that was obviously a mess for everyone, so we tried to find another option. We are talking about GitHub, so maybe, or well, mainly, the only option we had was to use GitHub with all the options that it provides. So we created a new repo that it's called OCA Repo Maintainer, and where we can do 3 things. One is to create or update repositories. So when we need to create a repository, we don't need to go and ask someone from the board, please create a repo, assign the team, assign everything, please. No, we just go to this repository, we configure it, and automatically it will be created.
And Bootstrap.
Bootstrapped. Also, we can manage the branches there. So if the repository is new, like the sign repository, and we want to create it's created only on the last branch, it's 16, but we want to work with 14 and 15. What do we do now? Then we need to ask for a PSC right now that he creates the branch, push it rightly, and so that's work, and someone needs to do it. Now we can do it with this tool. We just mark the repository as we need the 14 branch, and it will be created. Sorry. Will be created automatically. Also,
before it happens again.
Yes. Also, we will be able to manage teams. We don't need anymore to send an email to the contributors mailing list. We just create a PR, then everyone can vote, and then when we just merge it, you will be automatically asked to join the group. How it's done? Well, we use a Python package that we created for this, and all the configuration is done with YML files. And you can even use it to manage your own repositories. It's not done only for OCA. The tool can be used for other communities or even for your own company if you have some sort of complicated management. So, right now, the idea is we just need to open pull requests for new repositories, for new branches, for new teams members. Also, we will use some GitHub pages to show the teams, to show the repositories, and just to follow up who we need to ask or ping when we want to send a new PR. So if we want to create a pull request on a new module talking about the stocks, we just go this page, check the repository, and we can see who's the team, who can we ask for help. And how it's done? Well, here, that's the repository configuration. So we just say the repository name, the branches, it's here, the repository name, the branches, the category, and the default branch. So when we need to create the 17th branch, we will just add the branch here, and it will be automatically added. Also, we can configure the PSC members and the representatives. So here is the example for sale workflow.
Default branch as well.
It's here.
Yeah, but because today,
today
even when you want to change a default branch, someone create an issue, please change a default branch, right? So again, one manual thing to do. You open a PR, you change a default branch there, and bam, it's done.
Exactly. So here's the example for sale workflow. Here is for EDI. We could manage on the same file several repos, usually managed by the project. So here you can find EDI, EDI framework, and so on. On stock, there will be like 10 repositories, and so on. What about the PSC? Well, similar way. We have a file with each for theme in this case, and then logistic maintainers, the members we have, the name of the team, and the representatives. That's all. What's the result of that? Well, we can show on GitHub pages how it's the current members, the current PSC, and so on. It's easy for us to find, and we can ask them politely if we can help us. We can provide a way to manage the branches, to solve the usual issues that makes the board do things, but they are not really necessary. We can do it automatically with this tool.
And voila. We made it fast. Huh?
We will try to push the tools today or tomorrow with some repositories, and then extend it for all OCA.
And then slowly decommission the sync with odocommunity.org. So we have to kill some machinery, but we're gonna do it step by step. So we're gonna test it these days, but if you're curious, just come to us and we can help you. Maybe if you want to test it with your own organization, that would be great, because then we have some more testing before we screw OCA. That's okay. Any question?
What's the name of the repo?
Actually, is no, we missed a slide. It was there, I'm pretty sure. Well, okay, it's I'm gonna link it. I'm gonna add the slide and share the slide, but it's we couldn't test it in OCA because this thing is going to take the control of the repositories. Okay, so we had another organization, OCA-Devel, okay, where we're testing this. So we're gonna test it once again with some repositories from the OCA, and then we're gonna move it to the OCA organization. Okay, so it's not there yet, but I can send you the link later. Okay. Other questions? No? Great. On time. Huh?
So, welcome to Marie Lejeune, who is going to present a module and a front-end library that let customers add products to the card even when the ERP is not online, with a focus of Shop Invader.
Thank you, Adrien. Welcome, everyone. Is it working? Yes, so I will present an asynchronous e-commerce cart that works with an offline mode. And this is part of the Shop Invader toolbox. So first, let me present what is Shop Invader. Shop Invader provides a toolbox to build a specialized e-commerce platform that is connected with Odoo. It provides several things. First, a specialized services that are connected with Odoo. And the main principle is to keep the application logic in Odoo to avoid duplicating it. It also provides components that allow to export a product info for navigation and research on the website in specialized indexes such as Elasticsearch, for example. And combined to this data export, we add components to export product images and media. The goal of Shop Invader is to have an API that is as clean as possible, keeping Odoo only for the business logic. This toolbox is very useful when native Odoo website cannot answer all the needs. So for example, advanced research on products, some security on products, attributes, visibility, and it allows to manage a huge amount of data. And here in this talk, we will focus on the cart part of Shop Invader. So Shop Invader provides services that allow to manage a customer's cart, adding items to the cart, removing items from the cart, and validating it. The main problem is the following. Up to now, when Odoo is off, the e-commerce site is off because it needs Odoo to compute a lot of things. That can be problematic for some customers because Odoo can be off during a bug, during a maintenance process, during a deployment, and some customers don't want their website to be off during these processes. Before going more into details into that, let me introduce myself and the contributors of this project. So I'm Marie Lejeune. I'm a developer at Axon since a bit more than 2 years now. And on this Shop Invader cart part, we worked with Stéphane and Laurent from Axon, Sébastien, Thibaut from Accretion, and maybe other people that I forgot something, sorry. So yeah, what's the problem? When Odoo is down, we would like to be able to continue to work on the website. So at least navigating the website, be able to browse the product, open the web page of a product, see the details, see the price of the product. This is possible due to search index, as I told you. Product data is exported to a search index. But we would also like to add products to the cart, remove products from the cart, see the summary of the cart. Normally we couldn't do it when Odoo is offline because, as I told you, all the computation logic must stay in Odoo. But with this new component, it will be possible. But obviously, if Odoo is not available, we cannot do everything. So we cannot see the price of an article when we add it to the cart. So you can see the price of the article on the web page, but then when you add it to the cart, you must wait for some Odoo computation to get the exact price of this article. For the same reason, you cannot apply coupons and promotions because you need Odoo to compute it. You cannot validate the cart and pay it and plan the delivery if Odoo is not available. Speaking maybe about performances of this new component, what is really important is that thanks to it, you can have an instantaneous action on the website. So when, for example, clicking on the plus button to add an item to the cart, you will directly see the effect on the website. So the quantity increases. You don't have to wait for Odoo to give the answer that everything is okay. So even if Odoo is off, you see it added to the cart, and the price and the computation will come when Odoo will be available. Okay, so how does it work exactly? Let me try this. Okay, it's not working. When you add an item to the cart, you will create a transaction to a queue. So a transaction, it will just be the product ID and the quantity. This quantity can be positive if you add items to the cart, or negative if you want to remove them. You create this transaction, you add it to a queue, and then you try to send these transactions to Odoo. So you try to reach Odoo. If it works, okay, that's great. Otherwise, you will wait and try again until you can reach Odoo. And then when Odoo answers, it responds with the new cart state, and you can display this cart state. But also, when you add an item to the cart, directly, when creating the transaction, you display the new cart state. So you do not wait for Odoo to answer, you directly display a new cart state, which allows this action to be instantaneous. Okay, so how does it work exactly? There is a TypeScript library, which is called Shop Invader JS Cart, that implements an internal model, cart data, that will just implement the Odoo cart record, so the sale order record. So a cart data contains lines, and each line has a product ID, a quantity, and a Boolean to flag if there are pending transactions. So this flag pending transactions will be false if the cart line is in the same state as the Odoo record, and it will be true if there was a change in the website. And the cart data is composed with lines and also this Boolean to say if this cart is in the same state as Odoo or not. So first, when you get the website, you load the cart from Odoo. So for this, you build your cart data object from the Odoo cart, and no line has pending transaction because you just got the Odoo record. And then you look if there are NQ transactions, because during the loading, it may happen that the customer already starts to make the shopping. So you look for unqueued transactions and you apply them to your cart data object and you flag which transactions were modified. And then when you want to add an item to the cart, you will create this transaction, so the product ID and the quantity. You add it to the storage. What is nice is that the storage is possible in the browser's memory, which means that if the customer adds items to the cart and then close the browsers and Odoo was not available, so it was not synchronized, when he will come back and open the window a few hours later, it is not lost and it can be synchronized. And then you notify that the cart was updated, and when there is a notification to say that the cart was updated, we will try to synchronize it with Odoo. So how to synchronize it? First wait a bit and then retry until it works. Try to get the Odoo cart. Note that we wait a bit before synchronizing the first time. Why? It can be useful when the customer wants to add several items of a product. He will click several times on the plus button. We do not want to send every single transaction separately. We want to group them and send everything on one batch. So we try to get the Odoo cart. If it doesn't succeed, we try again. And when we reach Odoo, we apply all transactions we have in the browser's memory. We wait for Odoo response. And then we delete all the transactions we applied. We delete them from the storage. And we notify that it was updated. Pay attention that we delete all the transactions that were applied, not all transactions that are in the browser's memory, because obviously it can happen. Then during the synchronization process, the customers continues to add other elements, so we do not want to delete everything. Then we notify that the cart was updated from Odoo and we display the new cart state. For a front-end developer, it's super easy to use the lib because you just have to instantiate the cart data object. You then have to put listeners when needed to be notified when the cart is updated. And you have to add transactions to the queue when an item is added or removed from the cart. Let me maybe show you a quick demo, but the video is not loading. I have the video on my computer. Okay, so here this is a test database for one customer. This is a veterinary wholesaler. And I have a customer account on this website. And I'm going first to empty my cart. Okay, then I'm going to browse the products, find the product I want to buy. So for now, Odoo is on, so everything works directly. I'm adding items to my cart. So you can see that the item quantity is updating directly, while the price, we have to wait a bit to get the answer, is because it was what I told you. So the instantaneous action makes it possible to see the quantity updated directly. But to get the price in the cart, we have to wait for Odoo answer. And now we can even see it in the browser's memory. I'm going to open the debug console. And so here in the debug console, you can see the local storage. There is a specific key for this lib, shopinvader.js cart data. And inside, you have the transactions. So you can see that for the moment, the transactions are empty because Odoo is connected, so the synchronization is direct. And when I'm adding items, the transactions are created, and then they disappear when the synchronization with Odoo is done. And what you can notice is that the transaction will disappear exactly at the same time when the price is displayed, because it means that Odoo answers with the price. Okay, so now I have a second video here when Odoo is not available anymore. So here I'm a customer. I don't know that Odoo is off. Okay, I have no info. I just have the front side. So I continue my shopping, and then when I want to add something to the cart, so I add more elements. I see that I have to wait. I don't have my price appearing. And okay, after a few seconds, I see the transactions are still in the browsers. I can see I don't have the price, and I have here the front-end dev add a banner to say that the website, so the Odoo is not available for the moment. It's in French, but it means that an update of the website is in progress, and we have to wait for validating the cart. So you can continue shopping, but you cannot validate the cart. So the price is not available, obviously. And if I add more items, you will see I will add more transactions, and these transactions will disappear only when Odoo will come back. Okay, and so last part, Odoo is on again. So you will see all transactions disappearing at the same time, and the price being displayed, the banner disappears. And I mean, it's super easy for the customer. He may happen that he noticed nothing because it just happened smoothly. Okay, so I will be back at my presentation. Okay, and just maybe to go further, an improvement that could be done is provide more modularity, because for the moment a transaction is just a product and a quantity, but we would like maybe to add more attributes. For example, managing packaging. So the customer doesn't want to add 3 items of a product to the cart, but 3 pallets of a product. But it means that for the moment we need to modify the JavaScript library and add specific attributes to the cart data. It's quite complicated if we want to do this for several features. So the idea is to use TypeScript generics to be able to do it in a generic way and allow more options. And it finishes my talk. So you have the references for the TypeScript library on the Shop Invader repo. You have also on Shop Invader, Odoo Shop Invader, all the add-ons that are used to make the API services to Odoo, and Shop Invader API cart implements the services that allow to communicate to Odoo for the cart. Okay, and thank you for your attention. If you have any question, feel free to. Yes?
It seems like you can consolidate a lot of those transactions before sending them. It seems like you're adding one over and over for the same item. It seems expensive. You know what I mean?
Yes, in fact, they are added one by one, but before sending them, they are grouped by product ID.
Perfect.
Yes. Other question? Yes?
What's the strategy for managing the out-of-sync stock when Odoo is offline? I mean, the commerce state is then pieces, but actually the Odoo is
So I think that when Odoo will be on again, you will have the answer. So it may happen that it displays that there are no more quantities available. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think everything will be done when Odoo will be back. So obviously, if Odoo is off during a long time and everyone is buying the same article, then when it will come again, some people will be disappointed because there is no items left. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I do not hear well. But correct me if I'm wrong. Your question is if you have 10 items and then someone buy 5, someone else buy more. Yes, someone will be disappointed when Odoo will be back again. But the idea is not to turn Odoo off for a long time. It's just the idea of several minutes. If a deployment has to be done during the day to fix a bug or something, then it must continue to work. But the idea is not to turn Odoo off for a whole day, for example. Yes?
Can we browse the products while Odoo is off?
Yes, because everything is exported through a search index, so you have all this info you can search on products. No more questions. So thank you for your attention.
So, welcome to Quentin Groulard, who will explore with us use cases where the native Odoo file store reach its limits and present new OCA storage add-ons.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to this talk. My name is Quentin Groulard. I've been working for the past 5 years at Axon as an Odoo developer, and I've been contributing to the community since then. Today I will present you the new storage modules, which have been developed by my colleague Laurent Mignon. But first, we will go back to the basics. Guess you're all pretty familiar with the Odoo file store, but as a reminder, the Odoo file store is directory-based, and that means that you give to Odoo a path to the root directory, and this is where Odoo will build subdirectories to store your files. Those files names are equal to a checksum computed on their content. This is helpful to optimize the directory path, because the subdirectory is actually equal to the first 2 letters of the file names. This is to avoid to have big directories with a lot of files that would slow down the process of searching for files. And also, this implies that you have to ask Odoo where to find your file. And this is how Odoo checks that you have the right to access your files. So I'm pretty sure you're using it in the vast majority of your projects, and this is working fine, I mean. But now, what if I want my invoices to be stored in another file system? So I want all my attachments to still go to the Odoo file store, but I need my invoices to be stored elsewhere because, I don't know, I have another system that needs to access them. Well, I've been looking through what standard Odoo has to propose, and I couldn't find any solution to solve that case. So as a community member, I have a look at what the OCA can do for me, and I found part of solution. There is the storage backend suite of modules that can help me work with external file systems. So in this example, I chose to work with storage backend SFTP, but if I want to work with, I don't know, Amazon S3, I have another model which is storage backend S3, and so I have specific solution to work with specific external file systems. But the thing is, I can now export to an external file system, but I can still not separate my invoices from my other attachments. So this first use case is not really solved for now, and I will come back to this later. Second use case, what if the production attachment should be available in my staging environment? Because I want my staging environment to work great, and so I need my files to do so. But I don't want my new files from my staging environment to be pushed to and stored in the production file system. Here, I couldn't really find any solution, neither with the standard Odoo nor with the OCA. I can't mount a directory in read-only for staging, but then I wouldn't be able to add new files, so that doesn't really help me. So one, I need my product images on my web shop. That means that I want to export the images to a CDN so that my website renders quickly. And I want to keep the file names on my files for search engine optimization, so that when a potential customer is looking for a product on Google, my website appears on top of the Google search results. Again, Odoo is not meant to work that way, but I have this specific solution provided by the community with storage backend S3, which I already quickly mentioned. And so we have a solution specifically to work with Amazon S3. Once I have my files stored in Amazon S3, I can use the CDN from Amazon Web Services, and also my file name are kept that way. So for the third use case, we have a solution, but we'll see later how we can improve this solution. And the last one, what if I want a robust distributed Odoo implementation with failover? In this case, I don't want to use a local storage, because if my server fails and a new server has to take over, I need my files. So the file system should be shared between those servers. Here, I had to go a bit outside, still in the reach of the community, but outside of the OCA. Camp2Camp has a dedicated solution for that kind of architecture. So I could use this Odoo Cloud Platform project, as they call it, for this kind of architecture. So if we sum up, we've seen that all the use cases couldn't be solved yet. So we have missing features. And then the solution we have at the OCA is based on storage backend, which has two main problems in our opinion. First of all, you need a specific module, storage backend module, to work with each file system you want to work with. If you want to work with S3, storage backend S3. If you want to work with Microsoft Azure, the module doesn't exist yet, but you would have to code storage backend as your module. And secondly, storage backend defines a new abstraction for files. In Odoo, we already have higher attachments. Storage backend work with storage file model. And that means that we are losing all the native feature from attachments when we are working with storage backend. So there is room for improvement here to solve more cases and to do it in a better way. This is why we came up with the FS storage, the new module, and a suite of modules also in version 16. To understand FS storage, the first thing to know is that it's based on a Python library, which is called FSPec. The idea to use this library comes from Sébastien Beau from Accretion, by the way. This library has two great features. The first one is to provide a uniform API to work with any supported file system in the same way. So whatever the file system you want to work with, you can do a copy, a make, a remove, all every time in the same way. The second thing is top-level functions like open, and so that you can, again, whatever the file system you're using, you can just open your file in the most Pythonic way with a .open function. So we've added FS storage module, which aims at providing an FSPec client. And in FS storage module, we define this new model fs.storage, which represents the link to another file system. This is really easy to configure. You have to give a name and a code. This is just to identify your FS storage. The protocol, among the list of protocols supported by FSPec, and this list is really long. Plus, we've added the Odoo file store protocol to work with the native Odoo file store. You give a directory path, and you can also give some protocol options. For example, if your file system, you need to give it a credential to access it, this is how you will pass it. Everything can be configured with server environment files. This is really handy because typically this is the kind of thing that you want to change from an environment to another. And also, we've implemented the top-level function of storage backend to create files, remove files, etc. They are here also in FS storage. They are deprecated, but you can use it for the time for moving on from storage backend to FS storage, and that's it. So FS storage is the first brick of this new solution, and on top of this first brick, you want to build some new applications. The main application you are gonna look for is FS attachment, a way to manage your attachments with FS storage and FS spec. The first good thing here is that it works in a transactional way, so that if you have your Odoo transaction which push new files to your external file system, and then the transaction has to roll back, your file will be also removed from the external file system. The rest of the list here are new configurations for FS storage. So now you can configure FS storage record to be the default one, so that all your attachments will by default will be stored in this file system. But you can also link resource fields and models to a specific FS storage. So I can say, for example, that my account move model is linked to a second FS storage, so that all the attachments for account moves will be stored in this second FS storage. You can also force attachment to be stored in DB, depending on their size and MIME types, typically to store your web assets, small images, icons, etc. You have the choice to keep the file name or to obfuscate it in the same way that Odoo does with the checksum. So maybe you want people have access to your external file system and you don't want them to know what is inside just by reading the name of your files. So in this case, you want to obfuscate the file names, but maybe you want your product images to keep their name for search engine optimization, like in the use case I mentioned before, and then you want to keep your file names. Also, garbage collection. You can configure that your files in your file system will be automatically removed when they are not referenced anymore in Odoo. But again, you can choose to keep them because maybe another system still needs them even if it's not in Odoo anymore. So you have the choice here. And finally, on FS storage record, you can set a base URL which will be used to build the external URL of your attachments. Second use case, I will be a bit quickly here, not because I don't have much time, but the main idea here with the module FS file and FS image are that they add new field types, FS file, FS image. And contrary to typical binary fields or this kind of fields, here the FS file, FS image fields returned an object that contains metadata, file name, and content of the file or the URL. And also this object, you can open it. Again, in the most Pythonic way, you can just .open the object and get access, read and write to your file. Quick word about performances. When you add new files to a file system, this is streamed, so that even if you're working with big files, your memory consumption will stay low. This is the same when you open an attachment. You want to open the attachment to read and write from the file. Everything is streamed and the memory is low, is kept low. Now, if your Odoo is behind a proxy that supports the xsend file, your content can be served usually by the internal URL of your attachment, can be now served by the proxy. And those are just 3 examples to show that Laurent kept in mind performance optimizations while developing this module, and a lot of attention has been paid to make this solution performant. If we go back to our use cases, what if I want my invoices to be stored in another file system? Well, the solution is FS attachment. You just need two FS storage records, the default one, which will be using the protocol to work with Odoo File Store, and so that all your files by default will be stored in the Odoo File Store. But you have a second FS storage, which is linked to the account move model, and so that your invoices attachment linked to account move records are stored in this second file system. And it can be anywhere. You can configure it the way you want. You just need FS attachment. You don't need FS attachment as Amazon S3 or whatever. The second use case, the solution is quite the same. FS attachment again is enough. You can have your default FS storage, which will be your staging environment file store, and the second FS storage to read from the production file store. But the default one will be the one which will be used to add the new files you are creating in your staging environment. This third use case that was solved by Storage Back Industry already. Here I propose to work with FS image. This is a bit more convenient to work with images, namely to upload the files so that the file names are also added to Odoo and so on. But actually you could also work only with FS attachment, and you could achieve in some way so you could solve this problem also. But well, you have FS image, and you don't need again FS something S3. This is the basic solution that will work with Amazon S3. And finally, this is still the same. FS attachments work for that case also, whatever the file system you want to work with, and nothing specially actually. So, if we sum up what we've seen here, we've added some new features. We cover more cases. We don't need anymore to add new modules each time we want to work with a new file system. And we got rid of this storage file abstraction and model, and we work with the native IR attachments and benefit from their features. Before the questions, I just want to pay tribute to some people, because today I presented a work which isn't mine. The big brain behind all this is Laurent Mignon. Sébastien Beau also helped for the brainstorming and came with this idea of using FS Spec. And Camp to Camp also has done a massive pioneer work with their Odoo Cloud Platform project to help experiment and understand working with external file systems. Today, I only scratched the surface of this new solution. Everything is merged in version 16, and everything is really well documented. So I really encourage you to go have a look by yourself at the OCA storage repository. You have documentation for FS storage, FS attachment, FS file. This is really interesting. And if you're curious, there is also documentation for the FS Spec library and the project from Camp to Camp. Thank you for your attention. And question time. Yes?
Could you go into any detail on how you would be able to use the XSYN file with
So the question is to give details on how to use the xsend file. And
no, the X file sends the header for information.
yes, xsend file parameter in the header of the, yes. Laurent, maybe you can help me on this question. I have the chance to have Laurent in here as well.
Redirect instead of using X file?
So yes, to use the xsend file, you have just to put a flag on the configuration of your FS storage backend to say, okay, when you receive a request to serve this file, generate the header in the response with the xsend file directive. It's your responsibility to configure your reverse proxy to react to this new header to make the proxying on your file to the native file system storage.
Right, so I'm familiar with that. I'm saying, so if you're using something like the S3 backend, how would you do that? Is it exposed as like a...
So that means into the configuration of your Nginx, for example, you have to say that, oh, okay, for this xsend file header, the root server is this URL. And with the path, you will take the path that you give it in the header, concatenate with the URL and serve it.
Other questions?
Can you replace the file store totally with S3?
Replace, sorry?
Can you replace all of the file store with S3?
So the question is, can you replace the all of the Odoo file store by Amazon S3? Yes, you can. So the way FS storage works is that it will actually mimic kind of the Odoo file store because it's also add subdirectories and subdirectories even with where those directory names will be the two first letters of your file checksum on two levels. So it will work exactly the same way as the Odoo file store. And yes, you can replace it.
Yeah. To be complete, it's also a matter of configuration. On the FS storage backend, you have to check that this FS storage backend has to be used as default for all the attachments. That means that any model that has not been configured to be served by a specific storage, for example, if you need to store your invoices into another storage, that will be stored into this default file system storage. That's it. And we use this mode in all our projects today because our deployments are done into Kubernetes, and we deploy a lot of nodes on different servers. That means that we don't have a common directory for all our servers. We need to store our document into S3 compliant storage.
Yes?
Does the file system infrastructure subsystem can apply to your AlphaDo developments in the previous versions?
Not at the moment. So we are thinking about replacing the AlphaDo add-ons because it's a fact that Alfresco is not on the trend, it's no more on the trend, but maybe that could be a way to go, but we don't know. I think that there are some reflection made with the document add-ons to use all the connector storage add-ons to store the files, but the The use case is not the same. With Alpha-Do, we don't try to keep a reference to the file store into the external file system. We just browse an external file system, but we don't keep a reference of the file into this file system. But with the documents add-ons, we keep a reference for each file you store into this external system. So we have to think about, we don't know what's the new path to go, but we have some prototype to store to replace Alpha-Do with something based on SharePoint and so on. But at this moment, we have the solution.
No more question? Lunchtime, right? I think we
I hope everyone hear me well. So this little session about presenting the board review of the year. Also, it's our 10th anniversary, so some highlights of what we achieved and what we can expect for the future. And then we end up this session with a question and answer, so you're free to ask whoever from the OCA board, whatever question you might have for us. We'll try our best to answer them. So as you have seen, we will follow this talk with a presentation of the new logo and the new motto, making Odoo mightier together. So the idea here is really to foster the contribution around the Odoo ecosystem in a together and collaborative manner. And you will know more in the later part of this session. So to remind our mission, so promote the widespread use of Odoo itself and support the collaborative development of Odoo features. So this is really what is today written in the mission statement of the Odoo Community Association. I'd like to highlight what are our perceptions of why or what makes the OCA valuable. So first, we think one major important point is to implement Odoo faster. So we have thousands of Odoo modules at disposal within the OCA ecosystems. It's a quality work, it goes through a review process, and so that means that people that are relying on the OCA as part of their delivering process of the project to the customer are able to deliver Odoo project faster than others. Then the second thing that we think is a great value that OCA has to offer is that it improves the Odoo implementation return of investment for the customer itself. As modules are in the OCA ecosystem, they are maintained by more than one entity, and therefore the maintenance cost of those piece of code will be reduced, obviously. And so basically it will lower the maintenance cost for the end customer and makes the integrator that use OCA as part of the ecosystem more efficient in comparison to competition. A last side effect of it is that it reduced redundant work, because we really try to focus on one solution for one need within the review process, and therefore people will really try to collaborate on a given subject instead of each publishing their own solution. And finally, I think we support contributors as a whole. So it means we are providing a partner independent entity in the name of the OCA. So the OCA is not ruled by any partner. It's really an entity that is ruled by individuals, and a voting system make them as able to vote or part of the board to actually realize the association goal. The OCA is also providing infrastructure, so all the reviews and all the CIs and for the translation and everything. So there is all the side of the OCA offer is about toolkit and processes, so we are able to collaborate all together. And the last part is being recognized by Odoo SA. I mean, alone, every contributor is really only one single person, and all together as an entity, as being known as the OCA, we are one voice, and then we can be heard when we need to. That's an important part of this talk. I don't know how many of you really know how the governance of the OCA works, and so I thought it was very nice that we are actually reviewing this together. So there is about 4 layers in the OCA ecosystem. So the first one is people that will actively contribute, so we call them the contributors. It does not need to be a member to be a contributor to the OCA. It can be whoever that contributes either code, either translation, or a functional review, or all those kind of production time that you spend inside the OCA ecosystem. Then you have the supporters. Those are individuals that are members. Basically, you pay your 50 euro fee per year, and you are supporting the association goal by doing that, and you're showing your support toward the association goal. When you are a member, you can candidate to be a delegate, and the delegates at the whole constitute the General Assembly of the association, and the General Assembly of the association is the supreme authority of this entity. So they decide about the budget, they vote for changing the bylaws and the rules of the association. So those are really the essence of this association are the delegates. 10 new position of delegates is published every year. And so every members of you have a chance to candidate to be a delegate for the years to come. When you are a delegate, you can candidate for being in the board, which is the executive committee of the association, in charge of handling the budget for the year to respect or go as more as we can in the direction that the mission of the association is expressing us to go. Well, you will tell me if you have questions with that, but it's very important that we understand those several layers. And so if you want to involve yourself more in the OCA, best thing you can do is to become a delegate one day so you can make yourself, your voice heard and participate in the decision-making process. Quick highlights, but if we need an OCA that sustain over years, I thought it was good that I will represent what are our needs. And so, of course, we need a large member basis. So each of you, which is not a member, I invite you to become one. We need a growing delegate assembly. So if every year we show our interest in participating actively in the decision of the association, it's a good sign that the association is healthy and going in the right direction. Then, of course, we need a healthy renewal of the board member. So that is replacing us. So for this, we will need your involvement in the association, and I think a healthy association is an association that can actually get a fair rolling of its executive committee. And of course, last but not least, we need means and money in order to actually afford the expenses we have in order to deliver you a good toolkit processes and support, and that mostly goes through the sponsorships program at this time. I don't know if the new delegates are here, but we had them elected. So here, there any delegates in the room? Yes. New delegates? Good. Stand up, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for involving yourself more in this association. So we get the 10 new names since this morning. So the vote has gone through in the past weeks. A little highlight how you get a delegate actually. So first you need to be a valid member. It means you pay your bill of the €50 a year. The election takes place, as I already said, it's 10 new positions every year. So you should just apply as a candidate. There's a little formula that you fulfill with your motivation in going in that direction. And then there is the election from the current delegate assembly that vote for the new delegate to get in. And then when you have a delegate, you can actually use a vote for several decisions around the year. And you can go to the bylaws on the website if you really need to know that in details. Mostly it's elect the board members, it will approve the budget, approve the financial statement, and will vote in case we change the bylaws being the rules that the association has to respect. And so it's a very important decision. And then how to be a board member. So first you need to be a delegate. So first step is to candidate as a delegate, and then you can candidate to be part of the board. There's none position every year at the executive committee of the OCA, and to be then you finally be elected, and then you join the board. And so it's really simple. It seems very complicated, but it's not at all. And I think we definitely need new people and new ideas to join this executive committee. So if anyhow today you will feel the mood, the election is going to start by tomorrow. So the key dates for this year. So if you'd like to be a board member or financial auditor, you can start to apply by tomorrow. The decision and the election will go from the 20th of November until the 1st of December. And the new board will be announced on the 4th of December. So in terms of schedule, you have the coming weeks to decide for yourself if you want to step up or not. But please do.
Just a note, we also need auditors every year.
Yeah, I mentioned that. So my treasurer says that we also need financial controller or auditor to audit the accounts and the financial statement of the OCA. So if you have any financial knowledge, that would be nice. You help us in controlling that we do this wisely. Anything else? No. Good. So it's our 10th anniversary, guys and girls. Huh? So not bad. Yeah, 10 years already. A couple of things happened since these 10 last years. So we get over 1,300 contributors on GitHub, which is honestly far from being bad. There's 5,400 modules in total, and what impressed me looking at the numbers, we had modules since 12th version of Odoo. So almost all the history of Odoo, we have a module for it. So it's quite impressive. The major or the most successful release for OCA is the 14.0 that has the most contribution to date. We can see in 2023 there's actually more than 7,000 PRs, and that is not counting all the ones that you are actually providing today and tomorrow. Just in comparison, Odoo is actually doing roughly 2 times this amount. So, I mean, Odoo is a 3 and more billion company on Earth, and we are delivering as much as half of them. I mean, it's very impressive. Huh? So I want to applaud you now for all the work that you do, because I'm really amazed about that. And of course, I mean, this number of PRs is increasing roughly on average 20% per year over the last 5 years. So we can say we are fairly growing, slowly but surely. Other little figures. So you see the growing number on the mailing list, our growing members in terms of participation in the association, and the number of delegates that has also grown those past years by roughly 10 per year. If anyone wants to comment, you step up. Huh? Compared to the budget, just some figures. So I would say roughly we had a budget of 80,000 over the last 12 months. And we spend that, or we earn that mostly from membership fee for a little bit. Project income, those are some projects we ask some money, like the sponsoring for this event is part of that line. And most of it is through sponsorship. So our sponsors are really the entity that makes us live for the most or for the majority part of it. And on the next year, the proposed budget that you will have to approve from the Delegate Assembly, or that has been approved, I do not remember it.
No,
that will be approved. So we want to actually continue what we have made until today with supporting the association, paying everything for the run bot and all the infrastructure. And that year we would like to spend a fair amount of our budget on a strategic project for Open Upgrade. So we want to try to steer this project better than it had been on the previous years and try to take the most out of it. So it's an experiment. It's the first time we will really fund a specific project such as this one. And the goal is to see if that will be well perceived and successful for the well of everyone, right? So I take the question after, then I go until the end. Is it okay? So if I want to say what we, or what I see that we achieved the most around those 10 years, so I think we have a solid reputation of quality, and I think it was mentioning that. Today we develop and we maintain a very large code base, so I think that's also a great achievement after those 10 years. We have a well-established processes and toolkit that allows us actually to contribute and to collaborate together. And finally, I think I see across all the talks and all the talking I hear here and there, we really have an ability to come together and to share our knowledge, to trust each other's opinion, and I think this is really great and worth mentioning that we reached that stage after these 10 years. But if I want to mention only one thing, I think what makes us the more special is that together we really have a capability that no one or no entity can achieve alone. I think this is our best strength, that I think none of us would be able to deliver what the OCA can do as a whole, and I think that's our biggest asset to date. So, of course, I hope we have the future in front of us for the next 10 years. Still, I think we face two major challenges. We met with the board and we discussed this a little bit during the weekend. And I think one of the challenges is to retain new contributors that will really make a difference tomorrow. And we can see, looking at some numbers, that you will see on this graph, so the blue one is the newcomers that gets into the OCA for the first time. And in red, you see the one that start and leave after 12 months. And unfortunately, there is a tendency that this number is getting higher. And that's not good, right? So it means that a new guy getting in the OCA has not a great experience when he joins us for the first time, and after 12 months, he leaves. And that is really not good. It's a challenge for the association. If we want to grow, welcoming newbies is the first thing we shall do, right? So my little message here is, wherever you will see a PR from a new guy, please help him gently, welcome him warmly, and help him to step up so he will continue to contribute with us and not leave within the 12 months. This is really, really important for our future to as a whole. I mean, we need more incoming person in this association and actively contributing to the ecosystem, and that is also depending on each of you, the way you welcome those people. And then for me, the second major challenge we identified was that how is the perceived value of the OCA, I mean, from an outside perspective, not from the inside. We can talk about the inside, but mostly we know why we are here today. From the outside, it's less clear to me, and I think we need to find better way to communicate what is our unique value to our stakeholders, being customers, being integrators, and even, why not, within our community itself. So we need to find ways so that people will better understand what we can offer them, why it is such a good decision to work with the OCA. So there's certain things that we know or that we believe, and we are convinced we want to stay and remain a major actor in the Odoo world. And so I think for that we need to grow. That's a very important statement, I think. So if we are not growing while the Odoo world is exploding, then of course one day, in proportion of the rest, we are not significant. And I don't think we want this. So if we want to continue to be a major actor in this ecosystem, it's important that we grow. And we also want to continue that we can actually achieve better code and deliver more code altogether for the good sake of everybody. And the more we are, and the more we can actually deliver value to the many. So for me, it's a bit those two points that really matters for the future of the OCA. We have some ideas or vision of what we could do. There's probably others. And I repeat that as we will shift and roll up the boards, that's new person that will have to carry on with this solution and choose really what is, according to them, the best one to continue. One identified solution that we can actually pass to the next ones is a clearer message for the stakeholder. Something like best friend companies will run Odoo plus OCA. Of course, not phrased like this, but the message behind is toward claiming to the world that the best solution is Odoo plus OCA compromise. A second one is find a way to get an incentive system for our most valuable contributions. I don't exactly know in which form it comes, but I think the contributors that has proposed a valuable contribution over many years deserved some reward to be decided how it materialized. But we need to install here a virtual cycle that will incite people to invest a contribution deeply in, or more deeply in the OCA. And so it will win something back. To be defined how it can be materialized, but finding an incentive system for valuable contribution seems for us one of the key to ensure our growth. And last not least is the better onboarding process. So I've already told that we need to onboard the newcomer better. And so one solution for the future is probably to pay more attention on the way we onboard those people. Lastly, I think every one of you can actually help with many different things. So here is a short list of the things that cross our mind. First, of course, you can join as a contributor. If you're here, you probably already are. If you're watching us live, maybe it's the time to start. You can help newcomers. This is easy. You can review the PR. You can just say hello on GitHub, welcome. I mean, any kindness you will show to those newcomers in a first step is really worth it for the future. Of course, you have to become a member to show your support and apply to be a delegate. That shows the association is healthy and sustainable over the next decade. Please apply to the board. There's no black magic inside the board. We need new people. We need some time from you to make this association sustainable for the next decade as well. If you are more willing to place money than time, you can sponsor the association with your company or even by your own. You can promote OCA around you, speaks about OCA to your customer, to your competitor. I mean, the most you will speak about the OCA, the better. And the last part is obviously also very important, that organizing local event is really, I think, a good way to get ourselves known. So I've heard some may lead to, or make it to Canada this year. Maybe we have other volunteers for making this to other side of the world. I mean, that will definitely matter for our future. And I think I'm over. So thank you for hearing me. And it's time for questions if you have any for us. So you can shoot your question.
Yes, about Open Upgrade, you have reserved some budget for it. And you said this is the first time that you're doing that, but I was under the impression that this is something that you already did before and you stopped it for several years. And then now you start it again.
Yeah, you want me to get it? So first, they are slightly different. So by the past, we were financing the migration of the OCA instance himself. So basically, we were paying a service provider to migrate OCA instance to the next version, and by doing this, some of the script was released for all of the interested people. But here we want to actually find somebody to drive that project. So it's very different and coordinate all the actors and try to take the most out of it, which is not exactly the same as paying a service for delivering a migration on our own instance, right? So it's really a shift that goes, in my opinion, much further commitment toward this project than we used to do.
We would like to be a self-sustaining project after a while, so.
Yeah, so that's an important point that we raise here. So the goal is really to make this project self-sustainable tomorrow. So we invest for 1 year and see if we find ways to make this project sustainable and working. 18 months? Yes. Not 12 months, 18 months? Otherwise you go to the mic. It's okay?
The point is that we're going to have one person.
Go there.
The other key difference is that we're going to have one person managing it as a project. Okay, so, and this person is going to be responsible for finding money to make it sustainable. Okay, so the idea is that we put some money to bootstrap it, but then it should be self-sustainable, as we said. But the person is going to be responsible for managing it as a project. So that's really the key difference here, not just the money.
And the key performance indicator is the
Voila.
Sorry, and the key performance indicator on that matter is that after 18 months it should be self-sustaining. So after that it should be self-financing.
Okay, so follow-up question. Is there going to be talk on how you're going to do that during this days?
Not planned on my knowledge, but if that's something you're interested in, I invite you to propose this topic. I'm sure many will be interested to join the discussion.
You know that you can talk about the RFQ that's out.
The what?
RFQ for the.
Okay.
Okay. So, sorry. So you know that there was an RFQ sent out to get someone to fulfill this role in the following 18 months. So we've got just one answer from me. So the rest, so I'm not part of the decision, of course. So the rest of the board has to decide what to do, because one only answer is not a lot. And then the process will follow, and it's on their hand. Yes, but I think in the following weeks things will be clear, and the project can start for real, I hope.
Yes.
Next question.
You talk about the objectives that we are having for 2023. I think they are great. We need to get more contributors. We sometimes fail to communicate, we need to grow, we need better code. And I have a question about the operational side of the OCA. I know you all guys work in different companies and have full agendas and a lot of different work. Have you ever thought about developing an operation team or person that is working for the OCA to drive the objectives and that gets paid a salary or whatever, and the board said then what to do? They drive the operation? Have you ever thought about that?
Yes, it has been discussed, of course. Then the problem was also the funds for that.
But that's the second problem.
Yeah. But in general, I think we reach a stage where we probably that's a way or a means that we will have to go for if we want to grow in LC conditions. Because truth is, I mean, it's also true for all of you, but this whole association is based on volunteering, right? And it's also true for the board. And for some of you, it's kind of some years that we are actually investing our own time on this matter. And I think we reach a bit of the limit of how it can scale. And so there is some question on the table on how we can bring it further. And that's also maybe why I would welcome you to make yourself heard during the next election, because I think we need those new driving ideas to also get some new fresh blood. And so I'm totally with you on this one.
And can I make a follow-up question?
Yes.
Because if the problem is the mediums, I think it's a good question and it can be discussed. And there are a lot of examples of open source technologies that have found a way in order to get the actual money to drive the operation. So maybe that could be discussed. I know it could be the way, but that's the problem, and that could help us drive the objectives faster. Because I think of myself, if I had to drive those objectives with the company, it's like, it's crazy. I don't know how you do it. It's a question.
May I answer something on that?
You might guess.
Well, my perspective is the one of a treasurer. It has to be kind of a nightmare every year to draw a budget. Why? Because I mean, there is no assurance, there's no security about the sponsorship. You saw the figures, and the majority of money comes from sponsoring, and this is purely voluntary. It's not a perpetual sponsorship or donation that we get. It's just we ask former sponsors to sponsor again, and you see pretty much the same companies, some adding, some leaving, but it's nothing that you can sustainably build a strategy and pay somebody on. So what we definitely need in order to support such a thing is a more reliable source of money to fund this. And this is my special warm welcome to every proprietor, like I am one, to invest some of the earned money into that society, because that will help us all move to a more sustainable future. And paying somebody that is really driving the key strategy of this community would be really benefiting us all.
I want to add something regarding looking at other projects, other community. That's a great idea. We actually discussed about this, but there is a key difference here, which is normally those communities, they work on a product. And it's much easier to focus. I mean, you have to fund the product, and it's one thing to manage, right? So here we don't have just one product, so we are not in control of the core of Odoo, first of all. We have tons of modules out there, tons of area. So what we could imagine is that maybe we define some sort of KPI where we classify very important modules, I don't know, a queue job or a sale workflow, things that everybody use, and then maybe with this short list we can try to fund something, you know, to because otherwise, oh, why do you spend time on this and why don't you spend time on that, right? So you're gonna have to fight, and we don't want that. We want to make everybody happy if possible.
I have no question, but I don't want to take this. Other questions?
Well, first, I maybe just a tour to know if anybody else could got questions. Otherwise, yes?
The evolution of the number of members in the OCA over the years.
Over the years?
Yeah.
I think it's roughly 20% or something like this that we have a growth. So today we have 474 members, okay. And previous year it was close to 380 something. So roughly 20%.
I can comment on this because this is part of the financing. So we made a huge quantum leap ahead this year, probably due to the fact that we asked participants of this event to become a member. So that grew the number from 370, as my colleague said, to 500. But the membership amount stayed roughly more or less the same over the years. So there was not that much increase over the last years. And one of the KPIs we should better look at in the future is paying members, because that is also showing the involvement with the community. And now I think at least from the monetary perspective, we are even succeeding 500. Now, I think this figure is a little bit outdated already, so that's good. But I think we should try to surpass 1,000 members as soon as possible.
That's okay. Anyone got other questions?
Let me guess, Gonzalo.
No,
but if nobody has a question, just go ahead.
Well, I do. We have a lot of knowledge in OCA, for example, regarding open upgrade, regarding infrastructure, regarding functional knowledge. So I think even though we don't have a product, it doesn't matter. We want to sell the product because it's our code, it's open source. So I'm not saying that we should do that, but we could do maybe a certification program. We could do like an infrastructure platform for community, for people that are sponsoring, that they could use. I don't know what, but when you're talking about investing in open upgrade, I'm sure that it's great, and I appreciate that you do that. But I'm saying we lost money last year, so wouldn't be the first question, how are we going to finance the things that we need to do? Because otherwise we are always going to be with the roof on our head.
Yeah, it's correct. No, I mean, somehow you tell the facts, so I cannot say the contrary. Now, there is several reasons that brought us to actually favor this open upgrade part.
But I agree.
And among that it's one of the projects that is providing value to many people. I mean, we are many supporters on this project, and people are really need to get a strong open upgrade that weight in the overall value proposition that the OCA does. And so we choose this horse to try to, make some more, how I say that, eco. And so we hope that thanks to this, we will actually gather a bit more volunteering from the many. That's a bit one of the thing. But another approach will be to actually spend that money on a kind of contributor manager or something like this that we see on other community. And that was the two topics that were discussed honestly that year. And the choice has been an open upgrade. But I mean, yeah. Only the future will tell if that will have been wise or not.
Just add something. You correctly mentioned that we kind of lost money last year. This is only showing the entire process. So The problem with drawing the budget is always that we, or has been always, that we didn't exactly know how much money we would get over the year. Simply because of two reasons. First, we sold memberships pretty much everywhere and everyone during the year, and didn't do the accounting right for the renewal the memberships at the beginning of the year. We changed that, I think, the year before last year, so this is a bit more solid now. Now, the sponsorship cannot be done in that way because it simply refers to people's ability to expend money. But over the years, for a non-profit organization like the OCA is not supposed to make any profit. So the year before we made a surplus of, I think, if I may not mistaken, 37,000 euro. So we could afford to spend a little more that year after. So overall, the budgetary situation of the OCA is solid. It's conservative. Probably with the German treasurer it would stay conservative. So I invite everybody to be a little bit more progressive on that matter with fresh blood. But I think we need to grow the figure of sponsors and members in the future to make that.
Is there any question? Oh. I don't know who was first there, so I pick you up.
Did you think about maybe some different categories of memberships to get a bit way off this reliance on sponsors? Maybe have like a dual membership where you have a bit higher regularly incoming money where you can pay better calculate with, and also maybe put this on purpose. It could be combined with something like open upgrades.
Yeah.
This is I mean, the OCA itself is very important, and open upgrade is without question the most important thing everybody shares.
So I'm not sure I got exactly what you proposed, but to add another type of membership?
Yeah, something not like give us money now, or would you have to run around and ask people again and again and again. You never know, and you never reach everybody again. And if you have people who sign up and like a membership, but doesn't have to be very low. There might be a reason to have a low membership fee as a base. Everybody has the same budget, but if bigger organizations or companies the possibility to chip in a bit more.
Yeah, I think
and this comes regularly.
I got your point. So it's all get down to the governance of the association, right? So as long as we believe this association need to be governed by individuals, then you cannot offer membership to legal entities. Because what will think, as long as I spot the name ad hoc or Forge Flow or Axon here or Camp to Camp or whatever, and it's a sponsor, it's just a sponsor, right? So he's happy to give money for getting visibility. When I tell you that Forge Flow or whoever, ad hoc or whatever, gets 20 voice on the next vote because they put money on the table, I'm not sure everybody's going to trust. So it's the border is very thin. I'm not saying we should not do such a thing like this. Maybe it will be valuable that some companies get some voice in the direction the association is taking, but if we go that way, it's really a very big shift in the way the governance of this association has been ruled since 10 years. So I'm not saying no, but I'm saying it's a cautious thing to consider. You cannot just, it has many impact behind if companies start to be members and voting power in the association. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not good. Everybody may have his opinion, but for sure, it's a very different perspective than what we live today. For the better or the worse, that everybody can tell.
There's an additional observation from me as the treasurer, and that has been that we have had a continuous shift to corporate sponsorship. So if you see the corporate sponsorship figure, that's just the corporate sponsorships that we advert on the website. But those that sponsors usually also finance the memberships of their employees every year. So a larger contributor, like for instance Camp to Camp, is paying the membership fee for its employees, and I encourage every company that is seriously doing OCA projects with OCA code to do so. And of course, this appreciation not only goes to you, but to the outside world. You know that there are many, many more that use the OCA code to run projects, and they are also encouraged to do so. And that brought a little bit more continuity to the fact, because these companies that sponsor, that pay their employees the membership fees, they are always also the ones that are even sponsoring the event additionally. So, but as you can see, there's only a few. We would like to grow that figure substantially. And I think we need to, in order to achieve all that valuable goals that our friend Gonzalo just mentioned.
Yeah, we had another question. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, not a question, but information for you guys, for the association. I'm here represent a Telegram member, a Telegram group from Indonesia. That's right now consists of 3,700 members. Right, and mainly they use OCA module. So I think we can utilize them, right, to promote the association, right, and at least some percent of them can become a member. I don't know how to do that, but I think local event is one of them, one of the approach, right? And I think the other idea is to create some kind of online tutorial to use the OCA modules, because some of them are, in my opinion, is hard to use, hard to implement. Like, for example, the REST API. The REST API is actually a very good solution, but it is still not very easy to use for us, especially in Indonesia. I don't know, maybe the documentation or the example is not very clear enough. I think if we can create some kind of tutorial that is paid, not free tutorial, I think it can become some kind of sustainable income for the association.
Yeah, well, I take those suggestions. I think they're all good. First, we had a Thailand event last year, I think, and it was a brilliant success. So, I mean, if whatever you would like to organize something in Indonesia, you will receive our full support to do so. So you are more than welcome to do that. I think the more we get known, and of course the potential of growth is much bigger in a foreign country, I mean outside Europe, and there we have less relay. So if you would like to make one there, you will just get to us and I will support you in doing that. And from the e-learning courses or whatever, it has been around an idea for a long time. I think we never really figured out how to exactly price it or do it properly, only for member or not. There was many discussion, and finally we never put it out. But it is an idea that is in around for some months now. And I agree that that could be one of the way to leverage and to get people more knowledge and understanding on how to use our work. Yeah. I think, Jody, you had a question?
I think building on top of what you have already said, I mean, in my experience, I've seen the Spanish Community Association, ODU Association, how they run. It's a slightly different model, but there are some ideas that are interesting. It's well funded first, so it's supporting a yearly event and doing webinars, trainings, OCA stuff to build this one, right? So it's actually taking it's not their actual flow. It should be OCA who's doing that, not them. So they are doing certifications, technical trainings, and then the key thing is not it's funded by companies, but it's not. Companies don't need to become members. It's we are funding the Spanish community, but we don't care if we vote or not vote. Because that's something that might be interesting, but it's not the absolute thing. So, in my opinion, we have a low-hanging fruit. That is, we have a long list of partners, very published, that we can reach out and say, hey, if you give me 300 euros per year, I will give you this list of content exclusive to you. It's very simple. And that translates into a repetitive income, very easy to find, low-hanging fruit, and you're helping them in something that you already know that you want them to use, which is code, the knowledge that is in the OCA, and the best practices, how to use them so that they can grow as well. So if you prepare a training on REST API, if you prepare a training on OpenUpgrade, how to run OpenUpgrade, but the key thing, exclusive, exclusive. We have to forget about free for all beer. The code is already free. Something has to be exclusive. Otherwise, you don't have secure. You cannot secure the income. So at some point, you can make 20% open, 80% exclusive. So this has to sink in this idea that if it's not exclusive, no income, or very not secure, at least. So my I think is what it's open to you. Say I say openly. This is the first step, I think, to secure the income, and there is a very low-hanging fruit out there.
Yeah, I take this advice too. Thank you. I mean, it's always a discussion. I mean, you see, then it gets to getting a business model for getting sustainable revenues and being able to invest on some aspect of what you suggested. And I think that's maybe a shift in the history of the organization. And maybe it's the time to do it, or maybe it's not the time to do it. But I mean, I'm not alone at choosing this, especially in such a distributed decision environment. But of course, that's one of the options, right? Start to monetize or think about how we will actually sustain revenue of the future. One of it is to redistribute to the one paying for it some e-learning courses or whatever that help people use our work, and that is exclusively distributed for the one paying this fee, and that will in return ensure us some sustainable revenue over time. That has been already discussed as well, and well, until to date, it has not made the vast majority of the vote, I would say, but it is among the options, and I think that's also why I wanted to highlight how much important it is to get some renewal. So now, this year, we may have some board members that's going to leave, and I mean, that's by shifting also the people that also will renew the motivation, and I mean, if we want to sustain over the next years, we need other energies and other opinion, and that's how we're gonna be there in the 10 next years, right? I have to stop there because I wish we could continue this discussion, but I'm inviting you to join whoever of the board downstairs if you wish you would like to continue this discussion. We are here for 2 days, and it's the good moment to reach us out and ask or discuss all your ideas, worries, or opinions sharing. You're very welcome to do that. I have to pass over the words. I don't know, you take over?
Yes.
For the logo, I think it's important to know the story about the logo. It's a bit a more light topic, so then you give me some smile for it, and then we talk about serious thing afterwards. Thank you.
peut me passer à... qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Je vais faire un truc pareil.
Hello everyone. Hello again. So.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. So we will make it quick because you all want to discuss the OCA strategy, I think. But our new marketing is also a part of this strategy. So we'll talk about what has been this long journey. So here you have the, no, not all the, here you have a part of the working group about the new OCA logo. So Julien, just there. We have Kevin and Thibaut from Accretion, and we have also the designer who made the logo. It's just there, Lucas, and who will explain a little bit the idea behind the design. So I will just share with you a little bit of the context why we changed the logo. First, 10 years ago, OCA was created, and the first OCA logo was made by Joël. He just took the Odoo logo and he changed the letters and he kept the end on the letters. And it made the job for a long time. But in 2021, we started a new communication strategy. So the issue that we still see today, like we need to communicate more about our value, we already had it 2-3 years ago. And so we decided to create a new communication strategy with a company in New Zealand. And that's when we had this new tagline, making Odoo mightier together, that we are now a little bit discussing again. In 2022, we made this communication strategy alive. So we have a newsletter each quarter. We have a new website that was put online with a new structure. So for the first time, we have something more clear if you want to find information about the OCA. We have more traffic since, and we also have new sponsors since. So maybe it's not directly linked to the communication and the marketing, but maybe your part is linked to it. And last year, during the OCA days, we presented a little bit of that, actually, and we asked if it was a good idea to change the logo. And during the General Assembly, we asked the delegates if it was a good idea. So last year, there were a big applause, like we need to change our image because it's too linked to Odoo, and we want to make clear that we're an independent organization. And the delegate voted that, yes, it is a go to change the logo. That's it. I already tell a bit, yeah. And what we wanted to do after the election and the delegates votes last year was to create a working group that is here, and to make it happen until June, and to reveal the new logo and the new OCA logo, so that it could be used for the OCA Days campaign. Obviously, it didn't happen like that.
So that was the plan, but it didn't exactly went as planned. So the vote was on timing, and it was a big yes, as you can see. 47 yes for 6 no. So the project moved forward. And in the beginning of 2023, we started with a group to work with a designer to try to build a new design for the logo. So we started with a creative workshop to give the designer every tools to be able to provide a new logo. So we actually made a couple of workshops to work on the logo. But after the first 2 rounds of proposal, it didn't go as planned. We had not the result we had expected for, and so we decided to go with a new RFQ to be able to start with some new partner. So then Caprion was selected during this process of new RFQ. I think it was maybe April or March. April. and
July and August.
July and August. So the new partner was selected, and from there we tried to manage to come up with a new logo for the OCA days.
Hello everyone. So we start by making 3 logo concepts. The first logo concept we did is more focused on the human aspect. The goal of this logo was to represent that unity. Here is another logo concept we did. This logo, the goal is to represent human as sticks who are going in the same direction and coming from the 4 corners of the world. Finally, this logo has been selected. The idea behind this logo is it has different lines and thickness to show that each member contributes at its own value. As you can see, the logo can be used in different ways across OCA branding. You can use different branches and lines of the logo.
So we have the different usage of the previous logo with different colors.
Don't criticize this logo.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
With the sunny yellow of Spain. So during the last decade, we used different colors with the same logo. So we can see the different version of the branding. And for the last year, we choose to switch to a new logo, so we are really proud to introduce this new logo for this event with the new colors and to start a new decade. So maybe we can imagine different illustration of this logo to use on ads or something like that, just to share the OCA values and continue to promote the community. So finally, the next steps after this new logo with new colors, we have to imagine together the next step to use this branding for events, for change the website, for communicate on the social networks, for example, to provide communications material for events, for local events, for example, and find the best way to promote the OCA values. So maybe it could be a new workshop for the OCA volunteers to start a new usage of this graphical charter.
I just want to add a small thing that, so you've seen that each year we change the OCA Days logo and colors. The new way we want it is that we keep always the OCA logo and the OCA Days, but we change the year and we change the colors, but we keep it every year to make it consistent. And so that also we don't spend time with the board to ask for an RFQ and spend a lot of time to find someone and define new design that change every time. So I think it will make the board life easier in the following years.
And more recognizable.
And more recognizable, of course. When you go to a Do Experience, don't forget your t-shirt. Question, comment, feedback?
First, congratulations. I think it's very good work. I also wanted to ask about trademark. Have you considered registering, protecting the logo and the name OCA as a trademark? Because this is something that some company can just come next day and say, take this idea, and because it's very nice, I can use it for whatever. So it's
Okay, we haven't discussed that.
It's an old question. So At the time, we had some Norwegian friend that was working in this trademark stuff. That was also a big sponsor of the OCA in the early years. That offered us to trademark the logo. At this time, we judged it was not appropriate, but I think time has changed a lot since the beginning, and I will reconsider this decision today maybe very differently. Now, registering a trademark, if you want it to be worldwide, it's very complicated. And also it costs quite a lot of money that you have to, if I remember well, you have to renew it, so it's not something you pay forever. And so maybe we have to see, shall we do it only for AU? Is it really worthwhile to do it only for AU, taking the situation that our community are people from all this globe? So many questions arise, but I agree, ideally, that I think at this moment OCA has a real brand name, and so protecting this name is probably something that has a lot of value for the future.
You can ask for a fee if they would use the logos, also their websites and everything to finance the trademark.
Maybe, yeah.
In my experience, trademark in Europe is not as expensive.
Okay.
But it accomplishes one important objective, that is to push away a big brand that wants to establish in the world. Maybe they see that the logo is already registered in this continent, then they are persuaded to move. And then gradually you can register in other big countries, but gradually. So once you have secured Europe, for example.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I don't know if you want to pursue.
Yeah, I just want to agree that registering a trademark for the European use would not that be expensive. Would be a different thing if we had a patent or something like that. That would be different, but trademark could be achievable, and I would vote for it as well.
Okay, we can vote.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, and it's finished.
Je fais la petite introduction. Oui, vas-y.
So, good afternoon. So, welcome to our next speaker, Tobin Bitzfeldt, who is going to discuss add-on modularity in large-scale projects and illustrate the use of a graph analysis tool in this context.
Hi, I'm Thomas. As Adrian said, I'm from Axon, and I represent you, an effective add-on modularity in large projects. It's in the context of a project I've been working on for the past 7 years now. We had to find a more efficient way and a more efficient project structure to implement. And what we had in mind is scalability, stability, concurrent development, and migration efficiency. I will explain this project implementation and how to enhance it and maintain it, and using a graph analysis tool. First, the modular structure itself. The first implementation we could consider is the Odoo one, meaning large traditional applications closely linked to an Odoo application or an external add-on like an OCA one. So we will have big applications like invoicing, purchase, stocks, so on. These applications are few in number and will grow with the project, but they can become quite big and quite hard to maintain. So we get a graph like this one, which is quite simple. We have the central green circle, which is our all module. It's the one that pulls all of the dependencies of the project. It's a project head. And around it orbit a small amount of large modules, the orange ones, linked to external add-ons, which are the green ones. Yes. Another implementation we could consider is the OCA one, meaning feature modules. Each one representing a feature, a specific functionality. They are all in one, meaning they come with their own security, their own menus, and sometimes re-implementing existing sub-features. These modules will grow with the functionalities, but when the functionality evolves, it still represents a large volume of code and models in the same add-on, which is still hard to maintain. Another issue is that these modules, if these modules grow, it becomes hard to implement dependencies between them, because when we add a dependency, it pulls a lot of code, and it makes the upgrade last longer. So it's still not what we needed. The graph now shows stronger modularity. The project modules, the orange one, can share external dependencies, but interdependencies remain quite difficult, and the code duplication is still hard to avoid. Now we could go further and implement a sub-feature module structure, meaning functionalities will be split on several add-ons. It's now the number of modules that will grow with the functionalities. Yes. In this context, functional scopes are isolated into clusters of modules and grouped around new application-like modules. I'll explain that just after. In this approach, it's important to maintain a low entanglement in the dependencies and keep a flat structure. Now, with this implementation, we can minimize the code duplication as much as possible and apply the dry policy, which means don't repeat yourself. About these new application-like modules, they are not actually applications. They form the head of the add-ons clusters. They represent a functional scope, and they cannot depend on each other. They do not involve any business logic. They only pull the dependencies of the cluster, they add the menu, and they add a high-level security. The high-level security actually reuses the one implemented in the lower modules, in the business modules, and group them into business roles. And that's these business roles that the user will see. It means that ACL's rules are implemented into the business modules using technical security groups, and the application-like modules use these groups to create the business roles. We obtain a more complex graph. Here we see the new application-like modules. They are the big blue ones under the big green, and they form the module clusters. Now the module clusters, we keep them as isolated as possible, but it's not shown on the graph, but it's still possible to have basic modules that can be pulled by several clusters. That's in order to provide generic features across clusters and reduce code duplication. It's also possible to implement bridge modules. It's not shown on this graph too, but bridge modules between clusters if needed, and as long as the dependencies are handled correctly, meaning these modules must be as low as possible in the graph dependency to avoid pulling too many add-ons each other. One of the main benefits of this approach is the upgrade time. Because if we upgrade the modified add-ons only by using a tool like click-o-do upgrade, for example, we reduce the volume of code that will be processed at each upgrade. About click-o-do upgrade, it stores a checksum for each module and detects automatically if the module needs to be upgraded. This is faster only if the depth of the dependencies are kept as low as possible. Otherwise, too many add-ons will be processed at each change, and we would lose the benefits. Another key advantage is project migration from one version of Odoo to another. A high modularity enables concurrent work on both code and testing, meaning we have more people that can work on the migration at the same time. And to facilitate the migration of the code, a tool like Odoo Module Migrator can be very useful. You can run it on every add-on. And now we allow faster and more consistent deliveries to the testers, more accurate estimations, because we base these estimations on the complexity of the add-ons and on the number of the add-ons. And we have a visibility on the progress of the migration. We can say we migrated X add-ons on X add-ons. In terms of code comprehension, add-on clusters isolation allow a progressive onboarding of the new developers on the project. They can quickly start working on the functional scope without knowing about the others. It also allows developers to work concurrently on different scopes without conflicts. In terms of code isolation, we have a better stable code isolation because old modules do not tend to be modified, so the old code remains untouched. We mainly add new modules on top of them. Side effects between unit tests in the modules can also be minimized by implementing test jobs specific to each clusters. These test jobs can also run at the same time and speed up the test pipelines. And finally, the module names and prefixes provide a good indication on their content, which facilitate module browsing and code search.
now that we have our project with potentially a lot of modules, we'd like to analyze the dependencies and identify any potential issues in these dependencies. And for this, graph analysis proves to be quite effective. First, we started by making the category mandatory on all project add-ons. We have a list of allowed categories on the project, and this is enforced by the pre-commit using pylint Odoo. Modules within the same cluster should have the same category. From that one, and from generating the graph, we used a tool called Gephi, which is a free open source software. And the first step is to export all project dependencies into a Gephi file, which is an XML file. This is done by a simple Python script, and we made it available at any time on and in the GitLab CI jobs in our case. So you can trigger the job on any pipeline and get the Gephi file. Once we have our dependency file, we can import it into Gephi. We can add some filters, and we ask Gephi to group them and color them by category. It will give us a graph like this one. So it's a bit loaded. It's the project I'm working on. It's currently composed, I think, of about 1,200 add-ons, I think. The graph only shows the project module, so we don't see the Odoo one, we don't see the external dependencies on this graph for now. But from there, we can already identify some of the clusters. We see that the blue, the pink, and the red groups seem to be well isolated, which is good. For example, in the center of the blue cluster, we can see, we can guess that there is the application-like module pulling all the dependencies of the cluster. But we still have some issues in the green and the orange nodes on the top right. We can see that there are two mixed up. It means that changes in this green cluster, for example, could have consequences in the orange one, which is something that we want to avoid. Now it's a game of zooming in and applying some filters and to identify the dependency issues. In Gephi, we can easily implement filters and adapt the display to improve the readability of the graph. As I said, the point is to detect the module clusters, the excessive entanglement, and anticipate the upgrade propagation of each module. The idea is to get the dependency structure as flat as possible. At that point, we'll need to take a look to the code. But thanks to the graph, we know where to look. And from that, we can now list possible refactorings. It involves mainly module splitting, dependency simplification, and by doing so, we can hope reducing the technical debt of the project. Last one, Manifest2. That's another tool that proves to be useful to analyze the dependencies. Manifest2 provides mainly two commands, which are list depends. It allows to list the dependencies of one or several modules with or without the transitive ones. And it can also, we can also identify the co-dependencies, which are the modules that depend on the targeted ones, which is the opposite operation, again with or without the transitive dependencies. Manifest2 now enables the selection of modules based on their categories. For example, you can ask we can ask for all the transitive dependencies of a module cluster in our case. And it's now possible to enable the sorting of the results, the topological sorting of the results. Topological sorting will list the add-ons following the dependencies, starting from the lower ones and going up in the dependency tree. This is useful for migrations to know where to begin and be able to migrate a module cluster in the most efficient way. And that's all for me. Thanks for your attention. If you have questions. Any question? No.
It's curiosity. Your top level module, the all, does it declare dependencies on the next level, or is it the other way around?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have the all module, which remains in any case, and it will depend on the application-like modules, and they depend on the other ones, and we keep that quite flat as possible. And we limit the interdependencies between the modules, and the application-like modules cannot depend on each other because it would pull a lot of nodes with it.
It's do you that top level when install installs the world?
Yes,
right?
that's the idea.
So, that's useful for CI because just install one and you get everything.
Actually, CI excludes the all add-on. It will just it will find the modules based on their category or the name prefix and ask to install these modules and test these modules. That's how we have several test jobs running concurrently.
You do that so that you run smaller jobs in
Yes,
parallel.
yes.
Okay. And you install the all in the QA and production environment?
Yes, on production, etc. Yes, we install the all module.
My personal frustration with that approach is that sometimes, especially in QA, we may want one install certain area modules because they have a defect and they're preventing a workflow, and you can't because you need to install everything. Right? Like I would just want to disable a part.
Yes.
That pattern, things like.
We don't really do that, but it will work in a migration process because we will migrate one cluster and then another cluster, and we have part of the project already working. Testers can go on, so we have that kind of flexibility. But, yeah.
Thank you.
No other question? That's all for me.
So, welcome to our next speakers, Frédéric Kramer and Ruben Ortlam. We are going to present the potential of large language models for Odoo ecosystem.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. So happy to hear you and to see you all around here. Actually, I have brought an entire team this year with me, including my precious colleague Ruben, who is the technical part on what we're going to present today. First, I would like to start with a short motivation. Then I would like to give some insights on the open source large language models. Ruben will then take over and speak about the technical terms and the technical details of it. And I'd like to summarize what we try to transmit to you today by giving you a short takeaway at the finish. So, what has been our core motivation? As you know, last year the term ChatGPT was in every mouth, basically. And everybody, like educated or not, seemed to speak about the technology. And well, me and also my colleagues had the feeling that probably it's worth to look behind the scenes to see what's going on really behind the technology. So, and as we are an open source company, we genuinely would like to avoid vendor lock-in and dependency on certain technology. So it seemed obvious that we weren't trying to play around with the technology by just using the ChatGPT API, but instead doing something different. Well, at least we thought we are capable of doing so. Basically, my colleague said I'm basically to do so. So I thought, okay, let's give it a try. Let's try to invest a little time and a little budget into make it work. We were curious and wanted to know where easy means takes us. And easy means mean small investments, of course, seed investments. When we speak about artificial intelligence and machine learning, what comes to mind always is huge investments that need to be done up front to achieve anything. And of course, we are a small company. We don't have this monetary capability, so we try to start out with a limited budget. We thought the potential usefulness for our company and our processes would be huge, because what we've seen from also using ChatGPT was quite astonishing, and we thought, okay, that must be something able with using open source technology. And of course, as an open source company, dealing with all the matters that big tech brought to us, we strongly believe that the field should not be left to as the sole playground for US big tech companies. Now, I don't know how many of you have informed themselves about the core concept of large language models. Basically, the evolution of the core concept is a step back, because as you know, scientists have done marvelous work in trying to employ recurrent neural networks to do deep insights into data already. And recurrent neural networks are very efficient in some regard, but have some drawbacks with regards to language processing. And that led to a newer technology, which is basically a step back, as it took away the recurrency in recurrent neural network and recurrent neural networks, and replaced that by an architecture that had several advantages above these recurrent neural network. One of these is the ability of parallel processing huge quantities of matrices at the same time. And this brought up what is called the transformer architecture neural networks. So the prevalence of ChatGPT, as you can see from the Google Trends picture that we've just gave you here, basically before October, December 2022, there was nothing on ChatGPT, and then OpenAI published this chatbot, heavily marketed in the marketplace, and then the key trends exploded on Google. So it was in every mouth, effectively immediately. But of course, in order to play around with it, we had also privacy and reliancy concerns. Reliancy concerns, I've spoken about that already. So creating vendor logins, storing data, or transferring data to somebody that you don't immediately trust. But that becomes a very core issue if you deal with customer data, as we do in our Odo projects, with our projects in general, and also with data that we own among our own employees. So we had these concerns, and we're searching for alternatives, and that is where my colleague Ruben takes over.
Yes, so to find an alternative to ChatGPT, we had to look for a model, since, as Frederick already said, we don't have or basically nearly no one has the capability of creating such a model from scratch, so you have to rely on other companies. Luckily, there are some huge companies that do value the open approach and the open source community, and that have created models that they released for free that everyone can use. And in this case, the main one that's being used by the open source community right now is Meta's Llama model. So there was a first version of that was released, which released this one version that basically was leaked. So it was you could use it, but not for commercial purposes for a long time. But at a later point, a few months ago, Meta released their second version of the Llama model with a license that actually allows commercial use up to a certain number of users in the high millions. So, which is much more than matters to us. So that is one kind of model that you can use to replace for all kinds of tasks that are similar to what ChatGPT is used for. And another recent one is the Mistral model, which comes from a European, I think from a French company now, which is just also getting a lot of investment because it actually showed a lot of potential and good results, even compared to the previous models, to the Llama models by Meta. So these two models can be used commercially and can actually run on local, private, and completely self-owned hardware. But these models themselves, the foundation models, are only trained on snippets, usually on just language. There's the usual database just consists of, or the data sets consist of websites, huge scrapes from web forums and similar sites. To actually use them in a capacity that in a more useful capacity, similar to ChatGPT or other tasks, you have to tune them. This is called fine-tuning. It's basically continuing the training with that has already been done with a smaller data set. This is still expensive, but much less so than creating the actual model. So this can actually be done by smaller companies if the need arises. But even there, the open community has created a lot of different fine-tunes that are publicly available and commercially usable. So you can, for most applications, unless they are very specific, you can already find fine-tunes that are ready to use. without further investment or training. So just briefly, the three example categories that these fine tunes have been created for is following instructions, like writing a specific text in a certain format, or answering questions in a specific way, or even giving outputs in a format that is computer readable, like answering in a JSON or similar format. There are the chat models, where the primary example that everyone knows is ChatGPT itself. These kinds of fine tunes are also available and getting used a lot, and also very useful are code models, which can be used as an assistant while coding to finish up functions similar to GitHub's Copilot. But of course, while Copilot has some implications when you use it on code that has specific licenses or has to be private, these fine tunes, since they can run on your hardware, can be used on anything without any risk of leaking the code to some company. So there's a number of technologies that have been developed that allow using these huge models on relatively cheap hardware. The main one is something called a quantization. That just means reducing the number of bits you use to store each weight of the neural network that the model consists of. So usually you would have to put the entire model into your RAM. So you need a lot of a computer with a lot of space to fit the entire model. If you quantize the model down, then you, instead of using like 32 bits for one number, you just use around 5 or less. So the model shrinks in size, and you need you can use much cheaper hardware to run the model. One GitHub project that is getting a lot of attention and that's being used for this purpose is the llama.cpp program, which allows you to use these number of these kinds of quantizations on models and run them on even on CPUs or on much cheaper like gaming graphics cards that are affordable and cost much less than the kinds of data center hardware that, for example, OpenAI uses for their GPT models. So in our case, we looked at used data center equipment. Since huge numbers of GPUs go into data centers each year, they have to get replaced at some point, and to get replaced, the old ones get sold. So you can get few years old hardware much cheaper, and this can still be used for these kinds of applications. And so there are the three companies that you can look at are NVIDIA and AMD for their gaming and for their data center GPUs, and the new Intel gaming cards are also usable. And of course, just the Llama CPP can run these Llama models also just on the CPU, which is going to be slower, but it may still be enough for your for applications that don't need an immediate response. So in our case, we built a very cheap computer, just from used parts from eBay basically, and used that to evaluate this topic without having to invest that much. So yeah, as already said, the cost and complexity to train on base models basically is way too much. It's impossible to do for anything below like companies like Meta. So we want to use a local machine that's in our office, so we can use it on customer data without any risk of losing it, of leaking it somewhere. And even another possibility that you could look at is renting servers, but renting servers that have the required graphics card to run these models quickly also gets very expensive. So even though this computer costs a little bit and costs a little bit more to run, like just electricity costs, it's still much less than renting it somewhere. Yeah, for that reason we built one, and yeah, Frederick will continue with what we're actually doing with it.
Thank you, Ruben. Yeah, as you can see, it's much cheaper, but it's still our supercomputer in our head offices in Magdeburg. So we can even start that from everywhere in the world to employ it for our purposes. And we started, of course, to do some experiments on our own supercomputer, which we will try to explain you now. So we will dig into the topic what our supercomputer actually does. We use, for instance, Mattermost as a chat client for our internal communication. So whenever we do project work, we use Mattermost to do so. And we thought that it would be nice if we could use our Mattermost instance to actually communicate with a chatbot like ChatGPT. So what we did is integrating that with Mattermost. So we hooked a command inside our Mattermost bot that allows us to ask questions, but instead of being sent to ChatGPT's API, they are being sent to our internal supercomputer, processed there, and answered on our Mattermost bot. So we can, for instance, and we did that, ask question, what is Scrum and Agile methodology all about? And then it gives you a nice feedback about what it could be about. Just similar to what ChatGPT would do if you address the API. But we thought, okay, this is not it. We wanted to be a bit more than this. So we started to also build a summarizing service because if you want to assess vast concepts and especially scientific papers, the abstract of a scientific paper sometimes is not as good as it could be. So we thought about, okay, a summarizing web service where we just can put a vast amount of text data and ask our AI to summarize it would be also quite useful in our daily business. So we built that as a second prototype. So we have a service now in the company that is able to summarize services. We also extended that to an extent where we can also include websites, so we can pass an URL to our large language model and tell them, okay, summarize the content of this URL. This is quite useful if you have a huge documentation and you would like to just get the main grasp out of that. Furthermore, as you guys probably also be affected from, we have to do various meetings with our customers and even internally to conceptualize solutions. And sometimes it's a really nasty job to write that all down, to summarize it all. And we thought, okay, automating this summarization of a transcript and actually keeping the synthesis is a good thing. So what we did is we used a different model, which is called Whisper CPP, to actually transcribe the video streams or the video recordings in that regard from our meetings, and then we use that to summarize it in a text or markdown document. And in order to do so, we built some of you may use a Nextcloud. We built an integration to Nextcloud for that. So what we can do now is we can actually record a meeting, put the record of the video with even the visuals on our Nextcloud. It will automatically extract the audio files, transcribe the audio files, and even summarize that if we want. So that gives a really win on performance, and the nasty work is gone. But we have more use cases than this. For instance, as you may have heard of IT integrators like us, and you probably as well, also from time to time have the challenge that customer support is being asked for help. And we wanted our artificial intelligence to help us assessing the support emails, whether it's actually critical or not, because you know when you when the customer approaches you with an email, it's always critical. But we thought, okay, an artificial intelligence may help us in classifying whether something is really critical or not. So we tried to build a prototype that classifies support emails on the urgency and the issue itself, extracting relevant data from it, and identifying missing details with the intent to formulate even possible responses. Please provide a picture, please provide a click path, or even a video that we can analyze your problem duly, and doing so spending less of our precious work time on actually doing that kind of work, because it, as you may see in your own use cases, it's always the same. Customers describe something without context, so it's easy to answer them, oh, could you please provide a little more context for the problem to be solved. Yeah, but there are future use cases in relation to Odoo, of course. What we've talked about is just the project work that we conduct on Odoo or with Odoo, but there is more to be done for Odoo. And one of the things that we plan to do is evaluating our own open source AI as Copilot, like a code assistant for the OCA. That would, of course, require probably a little bit more of context for the model and even training on some data sets. So maybe it could be interesting to train the model on a curated set of Odoo modules in order to be a bit more precise in helping us all to code good content. We'd like to possibly fine-tune the model on Odoo code for that purpose, and building a functional consulting assistant that recommends Odoo modules and Odoo community modules to build a certain solution following a business requirement would somehow help the functional consultants to get the best run solution. You learned about the best run solution if you attended the last board meeting here just a half an hour ago. It might help us to serve our customers better on this. And of course, we'd like to further head for data evaluation and presentation within Odoo. That means, for instance, integrating it in the CRM module to be able to answer even questions from the data stored inside Odoo. So that brings us to the key takeaways. Unfortunately, we were not able to integrate a use case into our presentation today, because we wanted you to interact with us and also give your ideas and possibilities where we should take it further. But we also have some examples to be shown probably then after today or tomorrow in the meeting, so we will be around, and I think Ruben is happy, and me as well, to discuss with you the possibilities and the prototypes that we already have built, and show you also something if you want, and get in touch with you. So what are the key takeaways from today's talk? First, I think playing with the hype is much more interesting than only talking about it. And I have seen so many people after that release of ChatGPT that were talking about it. Just to give you an idea, I was in a meeting with a responsible guy from the educational federal state of Saxony-Anhalt, where we live, speaking about potential use of ChatGPT for educating pupils. And he was speaking like just in marketing terms of that technology without even understanding what it does. And this is, I think, a potential risk for our society in Europe, because we are relying the next generation of workforce on a technology that they don't understand but just use. So we would like to use it to be curious to how it works and to even tweak it to our purposes. And there is more that you can do than just using an SAS API to pay for, because there were many people, after I discussed with some IT guys, and they asked me, why the hell are you spending and wasting money and doing it yourself if you could only use it by using the API? And my answer was, no, I don't want to. We'd like to be curious about the technology. We'd like to take it further. And I think there lies a lot of potential for the European market in exactly getting curious about AI. And all data center hardware can do many jobs, as you have seen. So what hinders you to do so? Just digging in the open source community, buying your own data center card. So the investment will be roughly around €1,000 for our supercomputer, not more than this. So if you want to do it a little bit more expensive, you could go to AWS and pay, what, a month for similar hardware? 500. So into the amortization of your own supercomputer is about 2 months, which is pretty good, I think. So you can use that, but be aware the hardware is old, is aging fast, and the technology is progressing in a very, very huge steps. So and we think from playing comes curiosity. So we also spread our micro experiments with our colleagues, and by doing so we got various feedback from our colleagues. Could you do this? Could you do that? And one of our colleagues keeps pinging us with, oh, did you think about security? No, of course not in the beginning, but we think of it. And yeah, there's a big open source AI community that takes the topic further. This is much bigger than just 2 US companies. So happy to have you here, and I hope there are some questions.
Thank you for doing this talk, because I had the idea of doing AI co-piloting for functional people, but I have no time with 2 small kids. So I had to email the OCA back, no, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. I saw that the solutions that you already have are mostly, I would characterize them as like process-based. They help you along the way. And the future features that you'd like to roll out are core business, as I would think, from a developer's perspective. Is the reason that this is the order of working for you because a model will truly need to be trained on OCA specifically to give valid or like 90% useful results? Because my experience with GPT has been okay-ish, but it's more of a generalized platform tool. Is that the reason?
Yeah, maybe Ruben can comment on this. I would say yes. In order to make something useful with Odoo data and with the core data in the ERP system, it should be trained more to the specific use case and have a more narrow context that we use for the process applications that we. But one of the reasons why it's simply like this, we started the project when? Like 2 months ago, 3 months ago? So we have limited resources, so we took it where it made the most fun in the beginning, and then take it further and further and further, and now we're approaching the Odoo core use cases. Yeah.
Do developers like experimenting with like true development co-piloting, or are they kind of averse to the idea, and are they even liking the results? Because I've got colleagues who are allergic to large language models, or so they say at the moment.
Yeah, I think we have also colleagues that are allergic, but I'd like to answer that question by a developer.
Well, I mean, I can mostly just speak for myself, but I haven't actually tried Copilot itself that much, because I don't like the approach of relying on Microsoft in that case, on GitHub. I do like the idea of, especially for a lot of menial tasks where you just need to fill out a simple function where basically it's very clear what you need to write, but it's still work to do. I do like the idea of just describing what the function does and then getting an AI to write the function. For that to actually use it, I want that AI to run
on a system that I own or that I can trust at least, and not some service.
So there was a question from you.
In our company, we did a hackathon. Tesla, where we also tested this technology a little bit with nanochain, which is a wrapper for those models where you can use OpenAI or other models or sort of things. And the idea was to build a simple chat where the model transforms your input into a function call or finds out the parameters. And it's really an easy or easy task, but it's very efficient. So you can prepare functions and let pass or transform your inputs into the parameters of this function. So you can easily build something like finding your orders or something like that. So it is, and if you use your own model like you with your machine, it can be really a company-owned service. So I think it's a good idea to play with these things because, as you said, it's not real AI. It's a language model. So it's really a step back. You're right. But you can use it as a fantastic transformer for something.
Yeah, so we've also used LangChain in our prototypes. So it allows you to use different backends. So you can use it with OpenAI, or you can use it with an own machine and your own hardware. And yeah, I think it's a very good idea to try it out. That's why we've been doing it.
And yeah, maybe comment and then you, Ashan. I think that this would be also one thing we are heading to provide a service to our customers besides their auto systems where they can use this technology to be more efficiently working with their own ERP systems to get answers out of that without by exactly doing what you were referring to.
And I don't have a question, but I just want to share an experience, some experiments we did in our company. So the first thing we did is we took the phone and we ran ChatGPT on it and started to speak a requirement into it as an input, as a prompt, and told it to first write a specification in just plain English or German. It did it pretty well in normal SRS, software requirement specification standards and norms, which is already a valuable piece that it did for us. And then we said, for this specification, please write an Odoo 15 or Odoo 16 module for a specific functionality that we also, which was written in the SRS. It did the scaffolding of the whole module. It saved us time to basically write the structures. It tried to write useful functions, but it failed after that point. So we had to take over. So the human had to take over at that point. But I think it, for that module, from a cost perspective, 50% it did for us for free. And the rest of it we had to finish. So that was an experience we had. We probably did it a couple of times.
Well, I think we have to be curious and we have to do much more experiments than just one to be really sure that it saves us cost at the end, because I'm not quite sure that this way of producing scaffolded code will actually be the most efficient way to do things, especially if you don't take into account what already exists in the vast community of the OCA, so that it needs to be part of the context of the decision making for the language model, at least, in order to make it really efficient. But yes, I do agree, it can take down the engineering costs quite a bit, but my personal experiments with all the technology tell me, because I did a similar experiment with ChatGPT way down the line with a scientific paper, and I was asking for a scientific concept, and it gave me the scientific concept. It was nicely written, and then I asked me, okay, now if I would like to have some scientific evidence. Could you please provide me with scientific evidence? Yes, it provided me with scientific evidence. And then I said, okay, could you now please tell me where I can find the paper? It told me, yes, you can find the paper here. And what happened was I searched the paper. The journal that it mentioned was not even existing, although it sounded good. So you have to be very, very going to the details in order to be sure that, or somewhat sure that the technology helps you really and doesn't fool you. But yes, this can be solved and will be solved.
Yeah, I made the same experience with Copilots because I used it a lot. And for instance, scripts, when I ask like parsing or doing like this, it often happens that he gives a wrong answer, and I said him the answer is wrong, and he insists that this is right.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that you have to keep in mind is the transformer architecture changed the way the model is working by limiting the historical knowledge that it takes into account. So transformer have one disadvantage about recurrent neural networks, that is that there is only limited knowledge from previous time steps taken into account for the future. So, and this is done with the attention mechanism and with injecting the results of the previous step into the further step, but it's not really recurrency. That makes it computationally more efficient because you can parallelize it, but it limits the amount of historical information in the ground truth, and at the end of the day, it's remaining a stochastical model that is just likelihood and not necessarily truth. So correlation is not causation. This is the term that the scientists usually use. Thank you.
So please welcome our next speaker, Adrian Pfeffer, who will speak about Kubernetes.
So thank you for the introduction and for the warm welcome. So yes, welcome to this talk about the DevOps with Kubernetes. So during this talk, I will explain the reason why Kubernetes is an effective solution in our context at Axon, and why we decided at a certain time to move from, let's say, traditional deployment on virtual machine to Kubernetes infrastructure. So yes, first a short introduction about myself. So my name is Adrien Peyfer. I'm 31. I'm project and technical leader at Axon in our office of Luxembourg, and I'm Odoo developer since version 7. That's all. So first, the summary of this presentation. So to help you to understand this presentation as simply as possible, I will give you a few explanations on the concept of containerized application and about Kubernetes itself. After that I will explain why we decided to move our Odoo hosting on Kubernetes. And finally, we will take a look at the different tools we use to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. So let's go. So what? So first, the concept of containerized application, and in fact it's very simple. So containerized application are applications that run in an isolated runtime environment called containers, and those containers encapsulate an application and its dependencies. That's all you have to know about containerized application for this presentation. So now let's move on Kubernetes explanation. So yes, first here is the definition of Kubernetes from kubernetes.io. So Kubernetes is a portable, extensible, open source platform for managing containerized workloads and services that facilitates both declarative configuration and automation. So some very important keywords here that will be discussed in this presentation. But if I simplify this a little bit to explain to you, it's basically a matter of containers running on pods. So pods is Kubernetes entity, and those pods runs on a Kubernetes node, which could be a virtual machine, for example. And the pods are executed in the context of a namespace, which is the gray box on the screen. And some pods can be accessed from inside and outside the cluster using services and ingresses. Okay, so I think you are now Kubernetes expert, so let's move on to the next part. So why? Why at a certain time we decided to move from a virtual machine hosting to Kubernetes infrastructure? For those reasons. So we want something which is portable. We want something which is available and resilient. And we want something which is secure and declarative. And now I'm going to go into more details on this point and explain what our pain points were on virtual machine deployment and how Kubernetes helped us to solve them. Perhaps a precision, so I'm not saying that Kubernetes is the only solution for this, but in our case, it's one we've chosen because mainly it's allow us to solve all this in, let's say, a simple way. So let's deep dive into those topics. So first, for the resiliency and the availability, yes, before switching to a Kubernetes infrastructure, for example, we had to plan downtime in the event of an operating system upgrade, or for other reason like applying some security patch to the machine. And it usually involves working outside office hour. And I don't know who likes doing an Ubuntu server upgrade on a Sunday, but certainly not my wife. No, just kidding. Don't tell her that, please. Yes, for the PostgreSQL replication, that had to be set up and maintained manually, which was not always efficient and can also be a source of errors, and the same goes for the backup configuration. For the DRP in an event of a disaster, the switchover was a manual one, involving, for example, some DNS modification, and that were not always sustainable. Yes, for the point-in-time recovery, it's more an infrastructure issue, but yeah, before that, with, let's say, small customer, we put them on a mutualized PostgreSQL, and so if we have to do a point-in-time recovery on a specific database, we have to restore the whole cluster somewhere, and after that to extract the database and to restore the database on the mutualized PostgreSQL. It's because of our architecture, but also for maintenance reason. We will see after that now with Kubernetes, it's very easy to deploy a PostgreSQL cluster. So now with our architecture with Kubernetes, we basically have one PostgreSQL per client, per environment. And for the replication of the attachment, this was also something that was not suitable in the sense that it was a synchronization that was done every 15 minutes, so to another server in case of a disaster. So now with Kubernetes, in fact for the Odoo web application itself, Kubernetes solves the problem by design, in the sense that if Odoo becomes unavailable, or rather if the node on Odoo is running on become unavailable, Kubernetes will automatically reschedule Odoo to another node as long as there is a node available. So let me show you a visual example of that. So this is more or less the same schema that we see before. And now let's imagine that something went wrong on a node. So we just lost a node, and Kubernetes will automatically reschedule the pod in another node. For the storage, yeah, it's a little more complex. So here with Kubernetes, for PostgreSQL, we use a Kubernetes operator, so for PostgreSQL, which is called Cloud Native PG, developed by Enterprise DB. This is the same company that developed Barman, for those who know Barman. And it's Cloud Native PG that takes care of configuring the native PostgreSQL replication, the backup, and the recovery. So it's possible with Cloud Native PG to bootstrap a PostgreSQL cluster from a repository backup. And this is it's Cloud Native PG that manages the switchover as well. So in our architecture, we have at least 2 PostgreSQL instances running on different nodes, a primary and at least a replica. And as soon as something goes wrong on a primary PostgreSQL instance, Cloud Native PG will automatically switch over and promote the replica as the primary. And when the situation comes back to the normal later, the replication will start up again to resynchronize the old primary as a replica. For the attachment part, we use cloud storage for any cloud provider you want. Or we can use on-premises compatible S3 storage. So thanks for that to the FS attachment add-on presented by my colleague Quentin this morning, which is available on the OCA to manage the storage of attachment with cloud providers. And all these components together give us a reduced recovery time and recovery point objective in terms of resiliency. So let's move on to the next topic. So it's the security. So before Kubernetes, installation of application on servers and virtual machine was managed by our system administration team. And yeah, this is sometimes, I would say, a slowdown of the productivity and the autonomy of the project teams. In the sense that if, for example, we need to install a new application, let's take the example of a mail catcher. So if we want to check mail sent from Odoo on our test environment, so we have to ask our system administrator team to set up, perhaps via their infrastructure management tool to automate the process and to make it declarative. Or we have to request the root access to the server. It means access to firewall and so on, and yeah, opens the door to potential human error. Now, with Kubernetes, we can control the security by namespaces. And finally, a project team can be totally autonomous in its namespace, without depending on a system administrator. So finally, if you want to deploy a mail catcher, just take the image of mail.log on the container registry and push a new application in the Kubernetes cluster if we have the access right to the namespace. Kubernetes provides some multiple access level, so we have the possibility to define a role on namespace level, and we also have the possibility to define a role on cluster level, and after that apply those roles to all namespace, specific namespaces, or to cluster scope resources like nodes and namespaces, for example. In addition to that, we have, let's say, certain customers who require us to respect certain policy of security, and who ask us to ensure that all of our employees don't have technical access to their environment, but only their project support team. And so, yeah, Kubernetes make it very easy to put in place. We can also set up authentication system with Kubernetes API using OpenID Connect protocol, for example. And that's it for the security. So let's move on to the next topic, which is the declarative aspect. So yes, before Kubernetes, some configuration was not on the VCS. So for example, if I take a very simple example, so the PostgreSQL tuning, for example, so the parameter that we can put to tune PostgreSQL was done manually, and so it was not declarative. And yeah, again, if in the case of new application we want to deploy beside a do, either this had to done manually or by our infrastructure management tool. And again, the same for the PostgreSQL replication system, backup, tuning, all had to be maintained manually directly on the virtual machine or on the server. So now we have everything inside the version control system. So we still keep the common workloads of Kubernetes in a dedicated repository managed by our Kubernetes administration team. And then we have a repository per project that allow us to define Kubernetes manifest per project. And once again, the team is totally autonomous for that. We don't use Helm chart because basically we don't need that. Instead of that, we use some standard Kubernetes manifest, and then each project team can modify them using Kustomize. Here an example of the YAML file, so a Kubernetes manifest to set up a PostgreSQL cluster with Cloud Native PG on a Kubernetes cluster. So I will not explain all lines, but we can see it's very easy to declare a PostgreSQL cluster on Kubernetes with Cloud Native PG. And so we have just to apply this file with the Kubernetes API, and we have a PostgreSQL cluster running on a Kubernetes cluster. In addition to that, if you want to configure the backup for this PostgreSQL cluster, we have to apply a new resource, which is a scheduled backup, also given by Cloud Native PG. And so we have just to push the configuration on the left of the screen, and we have the backup that are ready to be run, I don't know, every Sunday and Wednesday at 2 a.m. And yeah, we have to add something on the configuration declared on the previous slide. So we have to add on the cluster YAML file those parameters. Basically, it's just the place in which we will put the backup, so the base backup and the walls that are backed with Barman. That's all for the declarative aspect. So let's move on the next topic, which is the portability. And for that, I will take a very concrete example for that. So at Axon, we have our own Kubernetes cluster on bare metal server with micro Kubernetes distribution from Canonical. But we also help our customer to set up a Kubernetes cluster on their side. And yes, we just finalized the setup of a Kubernetes cluster on Azure EKS, which is the managed solution for Kubernetes from Microsoft Azure. And yeah, when we look back to our manifest template and look at what we had to change for the common workloads, basically we had just to change and to add some annotation to be able to add for the networking to the values given to the Nginx ingress Helm chart. That's all for the why. So now we'll check together how to deploy Odoo with Kubernetes at Axon. So yes, basically everything starts with the Git repository. So at a certain time, we decided to make a tag to push a new version. And at this point, a pipeline is automatically triggered in GitLab CI/CD. And we will use in this pipeline and on the jobs to create the image, we will use BuildKit, which is a project maintained by Docker, to build the container image based on our Odoo Bedrock image, which is available on GitHub. And when the image has been built, it is stored on our container registry on GitLab. And the CI/CD will take care of applying the Kubernetes manifest on the cluster via a GitLab agent deployed on the cluster itself. It's more or less done. So here some useful links. So you have the link to kubernetes.io, Cloud Native PG, the link to the OCA storage repository for the add-on that allow us to manage attachment on cloud provider. Yes, I forget that. So yes, we also installed the SessionDB add-on, which allow us to store the session on the database instead of the file store. The link to the BuildKit project, the doc to GitLab, and the link to our Odoo Bedrock image, which is the base image for all of our project Docker file, and which is totally generic, in fact. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we have some time for questions.
Maybe you mentioned, but which container do you use? Is it Docker or is it LXC, or what is your favorite for Odoo?
In fact, we build the image with BuildKit. So yes, we use BuildKit to build the image. And we run the image directly on the Kubernetes cluster.
So my knowledge is less than A on this subject, but I thought we always need a container like Docker to create a pod on Kubernetes.
I don't get the question.
So do we need a Docker or a container like that?
In fact, we don't need Docker in this architecture. Basically, we build the image. So we have a Docker file, which is based on the Odoo Bedrock image that provides us some possibility for to generate the Odoo configuration and so on. And after that, so the Docker file is used by BuildKit to generate the image, and the image is available to deploy it in a Kubernetes cluster. So we don't use Docker for that.
What effect did it have on
In fact, I would say it's more or less the same than before, but I don't know if Stefan wants to add some more explanation about the cost. But yeah, because we want to be more resilient and to make, in case of a disaster, we want to make sure that everything is good. So we have the backup, we have a replication of PostgreSQL, at least one replication. So for some customers, we have a dedicated machine which is ready to run in another region. So yeah, basically, I think the cost could be perhaps a bit higher, but I would say it's more or less the same.
Yes, in terms of resources we need for that, we need a little bit of resource to run the cluster, but it's not that much. And then with this architecture, we need a little bit more RAM than we had before, and that's mostly because we are deploying one Postgres instance for each customer, whereas before we were using a big Postgres which we shared with different customers. So it's a bit more RAM, but otherwise in terms of CPU, it's basically the same. So, and since we host most of it on our own physical servers, we can have quite high density on that. So it's totally reasonable in terms of costs. Yes. Of course, if you want to go to manage clusters on Google or Amazon, it's a bit more expensive. And that you have to compare with the service you receive with that from them for managing the cluster.
Yes?
Did I get right that you manage the Kubernetes yourself?
Sorry? You don't get it.
The Kubernetes platform, you manage that yourself? You operate Kubernetes yourself? You don't
Yeah.
buy Kubernetes service from
Yes.
someone?
So we use micro Kubernetes from Canonical, so we deploy. So we use micro Kubernetes from Canonical, so we don't use any managed solution from Azure and so on. So yes, we install micro Kubernetes ourselves on bare metal cloud server and on some virtual machine.
For production workload?
Yeah, as well.
Yes, it works pretty well and it's reasonable to manage. We do it for cost reason and also for mastering or infrastructure. But for some customers, as Adrien explained, if they choose to deploy on their own cloud, we can do it, and we do it. They just need to provide a Kubernetes access to a Kubernetes cluster where we can deploy. But the way we deploy is then exactly the same, and that's also an important argument, as Adrien explained, because what we do in one environment, we can do totally or almost identically everywhere.
And basically, in addition to that, if you want, for example, at a certain time to move, because here I take the example of a new cluster somewhere, but if we decided at a certain time to move our infrastructure to a managed solution, it's also very easy because we have, in this case, to take care about the data, and the Cloud Native PG offers some solution to put in place some replica cluster, so we can basically bootstrap and start a cluster somewhere based on another cluster, and when the replica is ready, we just have to promote this one, and Odoo is ready to run with this database outside very easily. Yes? Just, yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to ask, how do you manage your environments? As in, do you treat production and staging differently? And how do your developers develop locally? Do you use the same Docker images?
No, for the moment, but we are discussing this possibility, but for the moment we developed without Docker. So yeah, we basically developed with Odoo installed locally, and after that, so we push the commit and the tags to free the version. And we deployed on staging, UAT, production the same way. We just have, let's say, two
Kubernetes manifest version. So we have a test version and a production version of the Kubernetes manifest, just to allow us to test our update of the Kubernetes manifest before merging it to the deploy prod branch, I would say. Yeah, for the moment we don't. Yes, so the question is there downtime during a database upgrade? So do you mean a database, a technical upgrade of PostgreSQL or an upgrade of Odoo in the database? Of Odoo? Okay, so because Odoo is a transactional system, so here we have so technically it's possible to have Odoo running during an upgrade, but it's not depend on the Kubernetes infrastructure. Yes, we can do that so we can keep a pod running during the update of the database, but the risk is to have a transactional issue on the upgrade, as soon the upgrade will break and will start again. So yes, because in our way to develop, we use my colleague spoke about that this afternoon. We use a tool which is Click Odoo Contrib that allow us to make, let's say, some surgical updates and so reduce the downtime. But yes, for the moment, so Odoo is not available during a database upgrade from an Odoo update. Thank you. Yes. Could you repeat? Sorry, I don't get it.
The configuration you use in the Kubernetes cluster for Postgres,
yes.
Is this a hot standby cluster or?
Yeah. So the configuration we use for PostgreSQL is on the cluster. So basically, with Cloud Native PG, we have Postgres is running like a pod, in fact. And so we have the configuration of PostgreSQL directly inside there is a custom resource which is a PostgreSQL cluster with Cloud Native PG, and all parameters for PostgreSQL are stored in this configuration.
But do you have a project where you need a big database, like that you have really to cast it and use Citus or OLADB? Does anyone have this in use now?
No.
That's a database, because currently if you have on database bot, it is the full load goes on the database. But when you have a real cluster, it is distributed over the databases in parallel. And do you ever have some configuration like this in production?
No.
Maybe a very last question, because first in the next talk.
Is there?
Is the Postgres guaranteed to be always on the same server as the old version?
No. There are some mechanisms in Kubernetes to give some affinities between pods. For latency reason, we usually run PostgreSQL in the same region than Odoo web application, but yeah, it could be on different servers. No, because it's on the same region. That's why we keep it on the same region. So it's not on the same server, but it's on the same. It's not. Perhaps it's on the same server, but perhaps no. And yeah, but we use the affinity mechanism of Kubernetes to be sure that Odoo is running on the same region than PostgreSQL. So I think time is over. I have to let the mic to my colleagues in. So thank you very much for your attention.
So please welcome our next speaker, Zin, who will speak about creating and deploying fast API services within Odoo. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the new module created by Laurent Mignon called Fast API, which will be the successor to the old module Base REST in the repository REST framework. So first, let me introduce you to Laurent Mignon, who created the module REST framework and the module Fast API, in the repository REST framework. He's working at Axon, and I don't know what to say more about him. Myself, I'm Zin Razamanana. I'm currently working at Axon, and I'm a developer for around 1 year, so let's dive into my presentation. In the first section, I want to talk about the different alternatives that are on the field of creating APIs with Odoo. So I'll discuss a bit about Odoo XML RPC, Base REST, and then Fast API. And then in the second part of my presentation, I'll talk about Fast API, and more precisely about the new module Fast API. So let's talk about Odoo XML RPC. So Odoo XML RPC is certainly the most well-known solution when you want to create an API with Odoo, because if you do a small research of how to create an API with Odoo, you definitely end up to the Odoo documentation, and they will say, well, the solution is Odoo XML RPC. It's true, it's a solution, because it allows you to define an API, and this API, you'll be able to quickly develop it, because Odoo XML RPC is really friendly for someone who is used to develop Odoo models. And moreover, Odoo XML RPC offers the developer the possibility to directly access to your Odoo. This can be seen as also a drawback, because you have tight coupling between your Odoo and or your XML RPC. It can be seen as a drawback because from a security point of view, you are exposing the internal mechanism of Odoo to the external world, so this can be an issue. And moreover, you can't really independently make your API evolve independently from your Odoo system. Secondly, a second limitation is regarding the fact that Odoo XML RPC isn't a real API framework, and so there is no real standardization that makes you to follow some real guideline for your API. So now let's talk about another solution called Base REST. So Base REST here is a really real API framework, a comprehensive API framework, and this solution offers you the possibility to really define your API using this API framework, and your code will be more consistent since it's a real API framework more than Odoo XML RPC. The negative points, negative, I don't know, but drawback of Base REST is that the learning curve at the beginning for someone who is not used to developing APIs can be quite steep. You are not, for someone who is not used to develop API, it can be really overwhelming. And moreover, if you are willing to do some really specialized stuff with your API, you might end up to dive into the implementation of Base REST and modify some things of it. And this can be at least time-consuming or sometimes really difficult. So a small word about the module based REST that is in REST framework. It's still available on the repository REST framework, but Laurent Mignon is no more the main maintainer of it, so there is not any more main maintainer of based REST. So we advise you to switch to FastAPI if you are willing to create new API. Now, what is FastAPI? FastAPI is a modern solution to create and define APIs. So here is a small example of how to define a small hello world. Yeah, that's not a real case, but that's how it's used to define an API using FastAPI. And I'd like to give you at least 3 key points of FastAPI, which are the type checking, the dependency injection mechanism, and the automatic documentation. So let me dive into these 3 points. First of all, the type checking. So here is a small, you can see on the screen a small definition of the roots /item/item ID. So item ID will be a parameter. And using the type int of Python, I'm saying that item ID is an integer. And FastAPI will use and leverage the type inting of Python to do some type checking. So when you will use this root, it will ensure that item ID is an integer, otherwise you will have an error. So this mechanism prevents yourself and reduce errors regarding the fact that you are misusing some parameters. Moreover, for the developers, it can be really useful because nowadays IDE directly integrates type inting solution. And so, for example, using your VS Code, it will automatically see that item ID is an integer. And so when you are browsing around your code, it will be useful. Then the mechanism of dependency injection. So to really explain the dependency injection mechanism to you, I have to show you a small example. So the function, we have the function getCurrentUser that returns a dictionary with username and John Doe. And underneath that, I have the definition of my root/users/me, which is simply using a get method. If I'm trying to read the current user, I will have only one parameter, the user, and this user depends on the get current user. So this is how you inject a dependency this is how you inject a dependency into your root /user/me. So this offers the possibility to have clearer code because when you are reusing logic for multiple roots, it can be really useful. The most obvious usage for dependency injection is when you are using authentication, because authentication will be reused in all your roots. And so, that's the most obvious example. It also can be really useful when you are testing your code, because you can simply override the definition, let's say, of the authentication of your user, because in the test, you don't want to test the authentication of the user, but really how your API works and its internal mechanism. So, so you can simply override the getCurrentUser, and since the function is injected into all your other roots, into all your other roots, you'll be able to continue your test without the authentication. Now, the last thing that I want you to have in mind is the automatic documentation that FastAPI offers. So here I have a small definition of a simple root slash item, and the method is a post. So as you see on the left, that's a real screenshot of the Swagger, where I have the documentation that has been generated automatically. So I have the root slash fast API slash items. So it automatically maps the code to the documentation. Moreover, I have my schema item containing 3 attributes: the name, the price, and is offer. And this schema is reflected directly into the documentation. So the automatic generation of the documentation is really useful because your documentation will be always synchronized with your code. And clear documentation and up-to-date documentation is really helpful. There are 2 approaches to deploy your fast API. The first one is the standalone approach. So you have your fast API that is deployed independently to your Odoo deployment. This approach has been discussed in 2021 by Stefan Bidul in his talk, How to Efficiently Create Modern REST APIs with Fast API and Odoo. So I invite you to go and check his presentation if you are interested in deploying Fast API on itself. This approach is easier if you are already familiar with Fast API and don't want to bother yourself to the new module, to the new way of the module Fast API. Moreover, this approach offers the fact that you are deploying your Fast API independently from your Odoo, and so having your deployment independent of your Odoo, it can only be done using the standalone approach. So now let's dive into the real subject of my presentation, the new module Fast API that is present on the repository REST framework. So the module Fast API is running within Odoo. It offers you, the definition of API using Fast API. It allows you to extend the definition of your API, and I will talk a bit about the testing class that it offers on Odoo. It consists essentially in 2 modules, the module Fast API and the module Extendable Fast API. The 2 are available on the repository REST framework, as I said before. So let's dive into a small example. In this example, I will write a small router using Fast API and attach only one route that retrieves the address of the authenticated user. So first of all, you'll have to define your module, let's say my demo module API, and in the dependency of your module, you'll add Fast API. Then you'll define your endpoint, so that's the definition of my endpoint. Your endpoint is inheriting from Fast API endpoints, and you'll have to do 2 things. First of all, add your new endpoint. So here my endpoint is demo endpoint to the field selection app of the model Fast API endpoint. And secondly, attach the routers of your application to this endpoint. So here, for the moment, I have only one router, the demo API router that I'm instantiating right on the bottom underneath the definition of my Fast API endpoint. So now I have a new module that contains an endpoint and a router. Now let's attach the root to the router. So here is the definition of the root. Please don't be afraid. If this root is simply a get on the root address / invoicing, and it returns the REST partner of the authenticated partner. So let's dive line by line on the definition of this route. So let's take the first line. I'm saying that I'm attaching on the demo API router a get method. Then I'm telling that it's the route /addresses/invoicing. And I'm telling that the response model will be a list of invoicing address. So some people may see that my example is coming from Shop Invader, but it has been simplified for the presentation purpose. Well, I have to add the definition of the invoicing address. So what is an invoicing address? For the purpose of my presentation, it will be only a name, and this name will be a string. On this model, on this schema, I will also define a small method that will map the Odoo record REST partner to my new schema invoicing address. So now I have defined the routes. Let's define the function that is really run when I'm calling my new route. This function will be get invoicing addresses, and it takes as a parameter only partner with the new mechanism that I just introduced you, dependency injection, and it injects the method authenticated partner. In FastAPI, there are already two built-in functions that are authenticated partner and authenticated partner env that returns a partner and the environment of the authenticated partner. In order to make these two new functions work, you have to implement the authenticated partner imp. That will be the implementation of the method to really authenticate your user. So you can, in this function, you can do whatever you want. You can, let's say that you want to identify your user using base REST, or authentify your user simply using, I don't know, a token or anything else, or even using the authentication GWT. To do so, you can write it yourself, or Stefan Bidul has done a small module called FastAPI auth GWT, that you can find on REST framework. Yeah. So that's it. You have defined a new endpoint, a new FastAPI endpoint, and this endpoint contains only one route, and the route returns the partner of the authenticated partner. On the Odoo side, what you will end up with is a new application, FastAPI, and if you click on it, you'll see, well, the new FastAPI demo endpoint. So what you can see in this view is that, first of all, the name of the FastAPI demo endpoint, then underneath the name of my application, so that's what I've added in the field selection app. Then I've defined a route path, so this will be where your new endpoint will end up. Here it will be on my Odoo URL, then /FastAPI demo. And I've attached a new user, so I will talk a bit about the user later on, the description of my endpoint, and the authentication method that here was HTTP basic. And on the right side, you have the documentation that has been generated. And if I click on it, I have, of course, the automatic documentation that has been generated with my one route /addresses/invoicing, that is a get, and underneath that, the schema, the new schema invoicing address that I just introduced. So that's it for, well, my small example. Now let's talk about testing. I would like to mention that there is a class FastAPI transaction case on FastAPI, and this class allows you to test your API and directly check within your Odoo environment what are the effects of your API. So let's say you are posting a REST partner, then you can check that in the Odoo environment that the REST partner has been modified. So, but I won't go further in the testing of your application using FastAPI transaction case. And now let's talk about extension. First of all, I have to state the Liskov principle, which states that an object may be replaced by a sub-object without breaking the program. So when you are doing extension of your API, you have to keep always this principle in mind. There are multiple ways of extending your API with the new module FastAPI. The first one is by overriding function using the dependency injection, And another way would be by adding a new root handler. So as I stated before, well, I will take the slide, it will be easier. So here on the get FastAPI routers, I'm setting the router demo API router. In fact, you can attach more routers if you want to extend your endpoint. That's what I wanted to say. Then you can use the extendable pydantic and extend schemas that are used in the parameters of your routes, but also in the response of your route. To do so, you'll need the library extendable pydantic, and you'll have to define, first of all, your first schema as an extendable base model, and then you'll be able to later on extend it. So here is a small example. I have the partner schema with one attribute, which is a name, and I'm extending it with an email. The last way of extension, which I think is the more obvious one, is by using an abstract model. So in your root definition, you won't define all your logic directly into the router, but you will extract the logic that you are using into a new abstract model. So here I've defined the demo FastAPI endpoint, and then you'll be able to extend this abstract model using the usual way of extending that, like another model, another Odoo model. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. Now a small word about the directory structure. So first you will define your new module. Here is XAPI. Then you'll have the usual folders, data, demo, the translation, and then your models. In your models, you'll end up with the definition of your FastAPI endpoint, then the extracted logic, and so your new models, and then your other models of your module. Underneath that, you'll have the routers with the definition of your routes and your router, then your pydantic schemas, the security, the views, the init manifest, and then you can also add your custom dependencies and custom error handlers. I will not dive into those two files, but if you are really interested into creating your own FastAPI endpoint, I really advise you to go on the repository REST framework and read the documentation that is really complete. So before ending my presentation, I would like to have some tips. So first of all, be consistent in the naming of your routes and all your definition of your API. Then create a custom user with specific record rules, because as I said before, you are attaching a user to your endpoint, and this user will be used when you are calling your routes of your API. So what you don't want is your API messing with your Odoo. And so to do so, you will have to limit the access that your user has. And so I really advise you to give as little as possible your user access to your Odoo. Sorry. So the user of your API should have the minimum rights. That's it. Then the third tips will be to extract business logic from your roots and the definition of your roots as much as possible for, well, clarity reason, but also later on if you want to extend your module, it will be easier. And last one would be to do not expose the internal data structure of your Odoo to the external world through your API. So for security reason, as I mentioned before, and also because if you do so, you would have to evolve your API as your Odoo evolve. Well, there are the list of tips that I could give you could be really long, and in fact, there is a list on the README of FastAPI, so I really advise you to go read this documentation because it's really well done and really complete. And well, the last word, please create your first API using FastAPI. That's it for myself. Any question? Okay. Well, I hope it was clear. And if you have a more precise question, I invite you to talk with Laurent Mignon, who created it.